Chapter 2021. Simply put, as long as one learned the flying star sword art and used the sword techniques in it, one could easily pass the trial. Of course, if the one who came was a 6th rank half-step Dao Lord, then the sword puppet would be a 6th rank half-step Dao Lord. The door wasn't closed, but there was a formation around it that prevented the Golden Lion Dojo members from entering. They were waiting to see how Yi Xian would be killed. However, what they wanted to see didn't happen. After the sword puppet moved, Yi Xian moved as well. Yi Xian was using the flying star sword art. Clang! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yi Xian was actually fighting the sword puppet. The group outside the door was shocked. An elder from the Golden Lion Dojo had just entered, but he had been killed in just 3 rounds. And now, Yi Xian had actually lasted 6 rounds. Impossible. Has this kid already learned the flying star sword art? What kind of joke is this? The flying star cave has only been open for half a day. How could he have learned it? Didn't they say that one had to memorize the 9 incomplete chapters before they could complete the flying star sword art? Has this guy already run through all 9 palaces? Our Golden Lion Dojo and the other dojos worked together and only managed to complete half of the flying star sword art. There's no way he has already completed it. The guardians and elders of the Golden Lion Dojo were in disbelief. Even the Golden Lion Dojo master was the same. But in the next moment, their jaws almost fell to the ground. In the small hall, Yi Xian's sword pierced the sword puppet's throat. In the next moment, an unfamiliar voice rang out from the small hall. Congratulations. You've learned the flying star sword art. You can continue forward. As soon as he said this, the group of people behind the door were all shocked. Yi Xian had really fucking learned the flying star sword art. How was this possible? However, they could only watch as Yi Xian put away the corpse and walked forward without looking back. Although they didn't know why Yi Xian knew the flying star sword technique, they knew that Yi Xian was probably the first person to enter the tomb. At that moment, Yi Xian had already passed through the small hall. After walking for a while, he arrived at Dao Lord Meteor's tomb. There was nothing in this tomb except for a crystal coffin in the center. Yi Xian walked over and saw the corpse of a young man lying inside. Young man, the corpse of Dao Lord Flying Star lies in the crystal coffin. That unfamiliar voice sounded again. Greetings, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. There's no need for formalities. The fact that you're here means that we're fated to meet. My most precious possession is the sword Dao Seed. However, before that, I have a request. Dao Lord Meteor said. Senior, please speak. I'm Dao Lord Flying Star. My name is Jianghu. I'm a direct descendant of the Jianghu family of spiritual light sword city. Therefore, I want you to bring my corpse back and bury it with my mother. Dao Lord Flying Star said. The mission was very simple, so Yi Xian agreed immediately. Once I'm here. However, I have to remind you that I, Jianghu, have done something that let down my family. That is, I stole a Dao weapon. Therefore, my name has been removed from the family. I'm afraid this last wish isn't that simple. Dao Lord Flying Star emphasized. No matter how difficult it is, I'll definitely complete it for you, senior. Yi Xian said confidently. Very well, I'll leave it to you then. As soon as Dao Lord Flying Star finished speaking, the crystal coffin opened automatically. Then, the interspatial ring on Dao Lord Flying Star's right hand flew out and landed in Yi Xian's hand. This interspatial ring contains everything I had when I was alive. The most precious thing is the sword Dao Seed and the Dao weapon, Death Sword. However, this Death Sword is very important to the family. I stole it. If you bring my corpse back, you'll definitely be interrogated. Therefore, you can't expose yourself. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Dao Lord Flying Star reminded him again. Yi Xian nodded slightly and checked the interspatial ring. There were many natural treasures, a sword-shaped Dao seed, and a black longsword that emitted a sinister aura. It should be the Dao weapon that Dao Lord Flying Star mentioned, Death Sword. Without a word, Yi Xian devoured the sword Dao seed. This sword Dao seed was at the early stage of greater mastery. After Yi Xian devoured it, he directly condensed a sword Dao seed at the early stage of lesser mastery. Ding! Host has broken through to become a grade 4 half-step Dao Lord. It's only at the early stage of lesser mastery. Yi Xian was a little disappointed. At the early stage of lesser mastery, he could only break through to become a grade 4 half-step Dao Lord. However, this was not bad. After all, this was a relatively rare sword Dao seed. Without talent, it was impossible to condense it. Alright, you can put away my corpse. Yes, Senior. Yi Xian nodded and put away Dao Lord Flying Star's corpse. After that, there was no sound. Rumble. At this time, the door at the end of the hall opened again. However, this time, Yi Xian did not intend to leave. This death sword is a Dao weapon. This is a weapon used by Dao Lords. Judging from the aura it emits, if anyone is injured, they'll probably be killed instantly. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked back the way he came. When he opened the door, he saw that the 9 paths were already clear. Then, the people from the 8 dojos all rushed over. Where's the sword Dao seed? Dao Lord Golden Lion immediately asked when he saw Yi Xian. I've already refined it, Yi Xian answered honestly. Good boy. Although I don't know how you got it, you'd better hand over Dao Lord Flying Star's inheritance. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. A red-haired old man said. Yi Xian recognized him. He was the Dao Lord of Crimson Firmament Dojo, the strongest person present. If you want the inheritance, then come and take it. Yi Xian held the peerless sword in one hand and the death sword in the other. When the death sword appeared, everyone's eyes focused on it. This sword exudes a terrifying aura of death. Is it a Dao weapon? How can there be such a Dao weapon? How strange. Don't be careless. This kid doesn't look simple. What's so special about him? Watch me kill him. An elder suddenly took the initiative to attack Yi Xian. A mere grade 5 half-step Dao Lord dares to act arrogantly in front of me? You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, his sword immortal clone appeared behind the elder. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Poof. An attack containing several Daos pierced through the elder's head, killing him instantly. A grade 5 half-step Dao Lord was killed instantly. Chapter 2022. Everyone, attack together. It was unknown who shouted this, but in the next moment, this group of people charged over in unison. They all had the Flying Star Sword Art, but they only had a single Dao seed of the sword. It would belong to whoever won. These 100-odd people were at least 3rd-rank half-step Dao Lords, while the weakest of the Dao Lords were 5th-rank half-step Dao Lords. However, Yi Xian showed no fear in the face of this group of people. Yi Xian's true body, the sword immortal clone, Black Horn, and the old tree faced off against the rest. With the death sword in hand, Yi Xian could easily kill his opponents with a single blow. This death sword lives up to its name as a Dao weapon. It can break through any kind of attack. It's too terrifying. Yi Xian thought to himself. Before long, the entire group was taken care of, leaving only the Dao Lords to hold on. Terrifying. Too terrifying. We have so many people, but we can't do anything to them. How are we supposed to fight? Damn it, I'm not fighting anymore. I'm leaving first. Bastard, you're actually deserting. Run my ass. If you want to die, go die by yourself. Immediately, 2 of the Dao Lords retreated. However, could they be faster than Yi Xian? Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone instantly appeared behind the 2 Dao Lords. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone attacked in unison. A total of 18 streaks of cold light flashed, and the two fleeing Dao Lords were instantly frightened. "Block it for me," one of the Dao Lords roared. The sword immortal clone only had the peerless sword in his hand, so his attacks were much weaker than those of Yi Xian's true body. Thus, his opponent didn't die on the spot. Instead, he was heavily injured by the sword art. However, the other Dao Lord wasn't as lucky. The chain of 9 stars sank into his body. Although it didn't injure his vitals, this attack was launched by Yi Xian using the death sword. The aura of death instantly spread out and obliterated the Dao Lord. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a pile of bones that fell to the ground. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The most terrifying thing was not the power of the sword Dao Seed, but the black long sword. "Your Excellency, please spare my life. I am willing to submit to you." The heavily injured Daoist master was so scared that he peed his pants and immediately shouted, "Sorry, I don't need it." Yi Xian snorted and attacked again. As soon as the 9-star chain appeared, it was instantly killed. What a joke. Yi Xian did not dare to casually absorb people into his devouring space because of what had happened before. Although there were quite a few half-step Dao Lords within the devouring dimension, none of them had a higher level of insight into the Dao than he did. That way, it would not pose a threat to the devouring space. When the other 5 Dao Masters saw the tragic deaths of the 2 Dao Masters, they immediately looked at each other and used their trump cards. Unfortunately, their attacks were completely useless against Yi Xian. If the attack were to land on the sword immortal avatar, it would be able to repel it. However, if it were to land on Yi Xian who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, it would instantly dissipate. In a short while, the 5 Dao Masters, including the Golden Lion Dao Master, were all dead and turned into eerie white bones. Then, Yi Xian devoured all of their Dao seeds. The devouring Dao seed, the blazing Dao seed, and the others were all raised to the early stage of lesser mastery. Yi Xian had gained quite a lot from this trip to the Flying Star Cave abode. If he did not have a bit of integrity, he would have earned so much for nothing. However, since he had received Dao Lord Flying Star's favor, he naturally had to fulfill Dao Lord Flying Star's last wish, which was to bring the corpse and the death sword back to the spiritual light sword city. According to Dao Lord Flying Star's memories, the spiritual light sword city was in the northeast of this area, and the city lord's mansion was the Jiang family. It was said that the city lord, Jiang Lingguang, was a Dao Lord expert and was very powerful. The next part of the journey took Yi Xian a lot of time, a full month. After countless teleportations, he finally arrived at the spiritual light sword city. However, as soon as Yi Xian entered the spiritual light sword city, he heard that the spiritual light sword city was holding a sword competition. The reward was very generous. It was actually a sword Dao seed. As expected of the spiritual light sword city. How generous. They're giving out a sword Dao seed as a reward. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Previously, those dojos fought over a sword Dao seed, but they were all killed by him in the end. Now, the spiritual light sword city actually gave out a sword Dao seed as a reward for a random competition. It was already very impressive. Dao Lord Flying Star was one of the geniuses of the Jiang family. He was young, but he had already condensed a sword Dao seed. However, this did not mean that no one else in the Jiang family had condensed one. On the contrary, there were quite a few. The reward is actually a sword Dao seed at the middle stage of greater mastery. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and then followed the crowd. Soon, he arrived at the big arena in the center of the spiritual light sword city. At this time, thousands of people had gathered here, and most of them were half-step Dao Lords. In the arena, there was a group of experts wearing the uniform of the spiritual light sword city's city lord mansion. Their realms were at least 5th grade half-step Dao Lords. This time, the city lord mansion has put in a lot of effort in order to recruit geniuses. As long as you can defeat 3 of the city lord mansion's geniuses, you can get a reward. This is a sword competition, so you can't use Saint Power and Dao. If you can win 7 consecutive rounds, you can get a sword Dao seed and might even be accepted as a disciple by the City Lord Mansion's experts. What a joke. It's not that easy to win 7 consecutive rounds. Do you see that? That's Jiang Tianchen. He's already a 7th grade half-step Dao Lord. It's said that he's almost able to condense a sword Dao seed. It's not that easy to defeat him. Look, that's the Jiang family's deputy patriarch, Jiang Sheng. It's said that he's already a 9th grade half-step Dao Lord and is only 1 step away from becoming a Dao Lord. Everyone's eyes fell on the old man who was rushing over. Yi Xian knew this person. From Dao Lord Flying Star's memories, he knew that this Jiang Sheng was his grandfather. Everyone, the competition is about to begin. Anyone can go on stage to compete. The requirement is that you're a sword cultivator and you can't use Saint Power or Dao. As long as you can defeat 3 people in a row, you can get a reward. The more consecutive victories, the more generous the reward. Jiang Sheng said loudly. Immediately, many people went on stage and began to compete with the youths one after another. These 7 youths of the Jiang family were all sword geniuses. It was not that easy to defeat one of them. However, if one lost in sword techniques, one could rely on one's physique to make up for it. The first 4 youths of the Jiang family were all 5th grade half-step Dao Lords. As long as the challengers were 6th grade half-step Dao Lords, they would have an advantage in terms of physique. Chapter 2023. Begin. At Jiang Sheng's command, the 2 figures in the arena began to move. Clang. 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. This 6th rank half-step Dao Lord challenger was actually defeated in less than 10 moves by the first genius of the Jiang clan. Although his cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, the Jiang clan's genius sword techniques were truly impressive. It wasn't that easy to win the first round. Moreover, the 7 geniuses of the Jiang clan were ranked according to their strength. Next, the second challenger entered the arena and continued his challenge. For people of this level, battles were extremely fast. In just a short while, over 100 challengers had been defeated. Among them, only one person won 3 rounds in a row. Sigh. There aren't any good seedlings in this sword competition. Jiang Sheng shook his head as he muttered to himself. But at this moment, a youth walked into the arena. This youth was Yi Xian. Yi Xian took out his Shirkill sword and looked at the first youth. Jiang Sheng no longer called for the battle to begin. Once a challenger attacked, the battle would begin. Thus, Yi Xian had to attack first. However, Yi Xian, a 4th rank half-step Dao Lord, wasn't favored by anyone. Ta! Yi Xian took a single step forward. In the next instant, his speed skyrocketed, and he actually arrived in front of the first genius of the Jiang clan. This speed exceeded everyone's expectations. In the previous battles, Yi Xian had used the Dao of the Inferno and the Dao of the Gale to increase his speed. Now, he was completely relying on his physique. Thus, he activated the slaughter state. Before the genius of the Jiang clan, who was a 5th grade half-step Dao Lord, could react, Yi Xian's Shirkill sword was already pressed against his neck. He won. The entire arena was silent. Oh. Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to challenge a genius of the Jiang clan. This was truly inconceivable. Next up was another 5th rank half-step Dao Lord sword genius. However, he was still insta-killed by Yi Xian. Not only that, but the remaining 2 5th rank half-step Dao Lords also met the same fate. Yi Xian won 4 matches in a row. In the beginning, no one was optimistic about Yi Xian. But now, they were all craning their necks to see how many sword Dao geniuses Yi Xian could defeat. However, the first 4 were all 5th rank half-step Dao Lords, while the 5th and 6th were all 6th rank half-step Dao Lords. Could Yi Xian still win? This kid is not bad. He can openly enter the Jiang clan. Jiang Sheng thought to himself. At this moment, the 5th battle had already begun. Slaughter mode. Without another word, Yi Xian immediately activated his ultimate move. However, as he could not use his saint energy, no one could see any changes in him. Clang! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yi Xian, a mere 4th-ranked Dao Lord, was actually able to fight against a 6th-ranked Dao Lord, a genius of the Jiang clan. This was truly inconceivable. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian's sword technique was even more powerful than the 5th Jiang clan genius. Clang! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The 5th Jiang clan genius quasi-Daolord soldier suddenly broke. Then, Yi Xian pointed his longsword and pressed it against his opponent's neck. This attack surprised Yi Xian because it triggered the one-hit kill effect. Otherwise, the battle would have lasted for a while. Challenger, 5 victories. Jiang Xing shouted. At the same time, his gaze fell on Yi Xian. He nodded slightly to express his appreciation. Yi Xian had won 5 battles. If he won one more battle, he could challenge the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tianqian. As expected, Yi Xian still won the 6th battle. Although he spent a lot of time, it was still a very good result. What a bunch of trash. They can't even deal with a 4th-rank half-step Dao Lord. The number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tianqian, snorted coldly in his heart. Yi Xian had won 6 battles. If he won one more battle, he would be able to obtain a sword Dao seed left behind by a deceased ancestor of the Jiang clan. One had to know that the sword competition had been held countless times, but no one had been able to obtain a sword Dao seed yet. Perhaps it would be born today? 7th battle. Jiang Xing shouted. Then, Jiang Tianqian went up. Speaking of which, Jiang Tianqian was the younger cousin of Dao Lord Flying Star, Jiang Tianqing. Of course, Jiang Tianqing's talent was much better than Jiang Tianqian's because Jiang Tianqian had yet to condense a sword Dao seed, but Jiang Tianqing had. Yi Xian thought that as long as he obtained this sword Dao seed, his sword Dao seed should be able to improve. Then, his realm would increase as well. However, it would not be that easy to defeat the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan. Even if the 6 of them attacked together, they would not be a match for Jiang Tianqian alone. Kid, don't think that you're qualified to fight me just because you defeated the 6 of them. You'd better go down obediently, Jiang Tianqian said to Yi Xian. Oh. I'm not qualified. Could it be that the rules have changed and you're the 8th person and not the 7th? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Jiang Tianqian narrowed his eyes, knowing that he had said something wrong. Therefore, he did not waste any more time and waited for Yi Xian to attack. Excuse me. After saying that, Yi Xian immediately attacked. He instantly turned into a stream of light and attacked Jiang Tianqian. Jiang Tianqian was the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, so his strength was very impressive. In addition, he had been cultivating for countless years, so his sword skills were also unprecedented. There was almost no one in the same generation who could compete with him in sword skills. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian had the bloodline of a sword immortal in his body. Moreover, he also had a sword Dao seed. Although he could not use Dao attacks here, his sword skills were still superior to Jiang Tianqian's. The battle between the two was very intense, but the outcome was not beyond Jiang Xing's expectations. This kid's constitution is superior to Tianqian's. Could it be that he has comprehended a Dao related to strength? Jiang Xing narrowed his eyes. There were a total of 100,000 minor Daos, and many of them were Daos that improved one's physique. Although those who had comprehended these Daos could not use Dao attacks, they still had an advantage in this competition. However, Jiang Xing could also see that Yi Xian's sword skills were superior to Jiang Tianqian's. At this moment, Yi Xian had already defeated Jiang Tianqian's quasi-Dao soldier and placed his one-hit kill sword on Jiang Tianqian's neck. The battle only lasted for 5 seconds, but it was very long for people of this realm. The challenger wins. When this announcement was made, the entire crowd was in an uproar. After so many years, there was finally a challenger with 7 consecutive victories in the sword competition. However, some people began to suspect that Yi Xian was an actor hired by the Jiang clan. However, there was no need to register for the challenge, and there was no fee. What was the use of hiring an actor? Chapter 2024. Jiang Tianqian was stunned when he heard this. He could not believe that he, the top genius of the Jiang clan, was defeated by a fourth-grade half-step Dao lord. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Tianqian shouted angrily and attacked Yi Xian. How dare you? Seeing this, Jiang Sheng immediately flashed in front of Yi Xian and sent Jiang Tianqian flying with a slap. Jiang Tianqian was his grandson, but Yi Xian had one. If he was killed by Jiang Tianqian, what would people think of the Jiang clan? After being slapped away by his grandfather, Jiang Tianqian calmed down and glared at Yi Xian. If he fought with his full strength, he could kill Yi Xian with a single strike. Unfortunately, this was a sword fight and he could not use his saint power or Dao. Young man, what's your name? Jiang Sheng asked. I'm Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. Very good. Here's your reward. Jiang Sheng did not waste time and took out a sword-type Dao seed from his interspatial ring. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the sword-type Dao seed. The sword-type Dao seed was one of the best among the 9 sacred Dao seeds. Even if it was only at the early stage of the initial condensation realm, it was enough to defeat a late-stage initial condensation realm cultivator. Yi Xian took the sword-type Dao seed and studied it carefully. This sword-type Dao seed was at the mid-stage of greater mastery, which meant that its owner was an 8th-grade half-step Dao lord when he was alive. Yi Xian estimated that if he devoured this sword-type Dao seed, he would be able to break through at least once or twice. At this moment, Jiang Sheng said, Yi Xian, are you willing to be my disciple? Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Jiang Sheng was the vice-patriarch of the Jiang clan, which meant that he was the vice-city lord. Being his disciple would be a meteoric rise. After hearing this, Yi Xian quickly pondered for a moment. Jiang Feixing was Jiang Sheng's grandson. If he could get in touch with him, it would be much easier to fulfill Jiang Feixing's wish. Greetings, master. Yi Xian cupped his fists without hesitation. Good, very good. Jiang Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Yi Xian's aptitude was even higher than Jiang Tianqian's. If he was nurtured, his battle prowess would not be low. Jiang Tianqian was gritting his teeth in anger. He was Jiang Sheng's grandson, and Yi Xian was now Jiang Sheng's disciple. This meant that Yi Xian was one generation above him. Henceforth, when he saw Yi Xian, wouldn't he have to salute him? No. Jiang Tianqian bellowed furiously. Hearing this, Jiang Sheng turned his head strangely and asked, why not? Grandpa, I thought you never accepted disciples? Jiang Tianqian immediately asked. With such a good seedling, why can't we break the rules? You, on the other hand, should learn how to behave properly. Jiang Sheng's eyes flickered. Although Jiang Tianqian was his grandson and the one with the best aptitude, the former's character was really not good, so he didn't like Jiang Tianqian very much. Old thing, how dare you criticize me in front of so many people? Am I still your grandson? Jiang Tianqian cursed in his heart. The sword competition was over, and the Jiang family had another genius, Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian left with Jiang Sheng and went to the city lord mansion. Yi Xian, you will live here from now on. Go and comprehend the sword Dao seed. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask me. Jiang Sheng said to Yi Xian. Yes, master. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, he was thinking about one thing, and that was whether or not he should tell Jiang Sheng about Jiang Feixing. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. Then, Jiang Sheng left. After he left, Yi Xian randomly found a servant of the Jiang family and forcefully searched his soul. I see. The matter of Jiang Feixing stealing the death sword is a big taboo in the Jiang family. No one is allowed to mention this matter. Jiang Feixing's father died early, and after Jiang Feixing stole the death sword, his mother committed suicide as an apology. Now, she is buried outside spiritual light sword city. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. In that case, it would be better to bury Jiang Feixing's body with his mother first. Yi Xian immediately left the city lord mansion and went out of the city. Previously, Jiang Feixing's last wish was to be buried with his mother's body. However, because he stole the death sword, his mother's body was not placed in the family's ancestral hall. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to bury Jiang Feixing's body first, and let the Jiang family move their bodies back in the future. As for how to make the Jiang family do that, it was needless to say. It was to use force. However, when Yi Xian left the city lord mansion, someone suddenly followed him. He asked Wei Zhentian to look back and found that it was actually Jiang Xing's grandson, Jiang Tianqian. This guy followed me after losing to me. Is he trying to teach me a lesson or kill me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. However, he did not turn his head and continued to hurry on his way. After a while, Jiang Tianqian caught up with him. Stop right there. Jiang Tianqian shouted angrily. Yi Xian stopped when he heard that. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? Yi Xian asked with a smile. Jiang Tianqian went straight to the point and said, "Put away that face of yours and hand over the sword path seed. Then, get the hell away from me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." So, you're here for the sword Dao seed. Why? Is everyone in the Jiang family a sore loser? Yi Xian couldn't help but mock. Cut the crap. I'll give you 3 seconds to hand over the sword Dao seed. Otherwise, die. Jiang Tianqian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Is that so? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He took off the yin and yang ring in his hand and said, "Come and get it yourself if you can. How dare you provoke me as a mere rank 4 half-step Dao lord? Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're better than me in swordsmanship. Today, I'll show you that there's always someone better than you." As soon as Jiang Tianqian finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Yi Xian. Who said I'm a rank 4 half-step Dao lord? Yi Xian sneered. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. A rank 4 half-step Dao lord? No. Yi Xian's aura was already that of a rank 6 half-step Dao lord. This was because he had devoured the mid-mastery sword Dao seed and raised it to late minor mastery. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Yi Xian's right hand stabbed out 9 times in an instant. It was a combination of various Dao attacks. Its power was truly terrifying, and it easily defeated Jiang Tianqian's attack before piercing through his head. Pooh! A muffled sound rang out. Then, Jiang Tianqian's body fell to the ground. He was dead. I'm not the one who overestimated myself. Yi Xian shook his head and hurriedly collected Jiang Tianqian's corpse. Chapter 2025. Then, Yi Xian swallowed Jiang Tianqian's corpse with the mask of illusion and turned into Jiang Tianqian. He then read Jiang Tianqian's memories. However, Yi Xian was shocked the next moment because he learned a secret. There's a Dao seed of death inside the death sword? Yi Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. The Dao of death was not ranked lower than the Dao of sword among the 9 sacred Daos. If one could comprehend the Dao of death, one's combat strength would increase greatly. The death sword was made from a Dao seed. No wonder it was so powerful. That was not the point. The point was that there was another Dao weapon made from a Dao seed called the life sword. The life sword and the death sword were a pair called the life and death sword. They were the Jiang family's heirloom, but the life sword was lost in an accident. The life sword has the ability to bring people back to life? Yi Xian was shocked. The Dao seed in the life sword was called the life Dao seed. The life Dao was also one of the top Daos among the 9 sacred Daos. The Jiang family had once used the life sword to bring people back to life. The Dao of life and the Dao of death are too terrifying. Yi Xian shivered. At this moment, he was thinking, if he obtained the life sword, then wouldn't he be able to revive Dao Lord Flying Star and his mother? Not only that, but he could also revive many people. Although the life sword is lost, the Jiang family has a sword-searching technique. As long as I use the death sword, I can find the life sword." At that thought, Yi Xian immediately set off and arrived at the burial place of Jiang Feixing's mother in a short while. Then, he simply put away the corpse of Jiang Feixing's mother. At this level, it was easy to prevent the body from decaying. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that Jiang Feixing's mother could be revived. Then, he turned into Jiang Tianxin and returned to the Jiang family. There was a sword-searching technique in the Jiang family's martial arts library, so Yi Xian immediately went in. As the grandson of the deputy patriarch and the number one genius of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianxin had the authority to do so. Yi Xian went straight to the top floor and searched for a while. As expected, he found the sword-searching technique and copied it down. Then, he left the city lord mansion again. Now that I have the sword-searching technique and I have the death sword, I should be able to find my way. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly and took out the death sword. Whoosh! After Yi Xian used the sword-seeking technique, the death sword pointed to the north. In the north? Yi Xian muttered as he immediately returned to the spiritual light sword city and teleported to a city in the north. Following that, he used it again, but the death sword tip was still pointing towards the north. Even further north. Yi Xian continued the teleportation. He was. After Yi Xian's phone. This meant that his teleportation had surpassed the location of the life sword. However, this was already several days later. Yi Xian cursed angrily. Fortunately, he was about to find it. Between these two cities, there are 4 more cities. I need to narrow down the range. Yi Xian continued the teleportation and finally locked onto the 2 cities. The life sword was somewhere in the middle of these 2 cities. He left immediately and traveled on his own. However, with his realm, it took him more than 10 days to finally lock onto a place. This place was a large forest. There were huge trees inside, and from time to time, there would be rich life energy floating out. Under normal circumstances, a place like this would have heaven and earth treasures. Yi Xian sent the sword immortal clone, the old tree, and Black Horn in to check. The level of this area was not low. He had already passed by several cities with Dao Lord experts. With his strength, he might be in danger. However, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to go in together. After all, he could use the time reversal skill now. This forest looked a little strange. What Yi Xian did not know was that this forest full of life energy was called the Forest of Death. None of those who entered would leave alive. Yi Xian entered. At first, nothing happened, but soon, he heard several system notifications. Ding! Devouring Black Scale Dragon is dead. Ding! Devouring Unicorn is dead. Ding! Devouring Black Scale Dragon is resurrected. Ding! Devouring Unicorn is resurrected. By the time he reacted, he saw the sword immortal avatar in the darkness. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this time, a bloody mouth suddenly opened and directly swallowed him. The sword immortal clone was swallowed because he was paying attention to his surroundings. However, this time, he saw that the thing that swallowed him was a huge flower. The piranha flower. At this moment, Yi Xian was already in the mouth of the piranha flower. The corrosive liquid dripped down and penetrated the void spirit divine armor. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked and quickly attacked. However, the piranha flower's defense was so strong that his attack could not break it. I don't believe it. He widened his eyes, took out the death sword, and slashed fiercely. This time, it broke. The aura of death spread, and the piranha flower immediately decayed. It turned out that this was the danger of this forest. Watch me burn all of you. Yi Xian widened his eyes, held the death sword, and began to attack crazily. The level of these piranha flowers was probably not low. Although they were not at the Dao Lord level, they were only at the 8th or 9th grade half-step Dao Lord level. However, those who were attacked by the death sword all decayed. Yi Xian began to sweep crazily. Wherever he passed, all the flowers and trees withered. During this time, Yi Xian even used the sword-seeking technique to check the location of the life sword, and then killed his way over. However, this forest was boundless. He killed for a full 3 days, but he still did not reach the end. At this moment. What a big tree, Yi Xian was shocked. This tree was probably tens of thousands of meters tall and extremely thick. This was not the main point. The main point was that this tree was emitting a strong aura of life. Yi Xian stood there, feeling that he was in high spirits and that his lifespan had increased. However, at this moment, there were black shadows swimming around the tree. He took a closer look and realized that they were mosquitoes. This group of mosquitoes is absorbing the life essence of this tree. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart, but did not pay much attention to it. He just quietly went around. However, after he went around the tree for a while, he realized that the death sword's direction had deviated. Chapter 2026. After some thought, Yi Xian decided to send out the 3 sword immortal clones. As expected, the moment they approached, they were attacked by the large mosquitoes. 9-layer heaven-devouring flames. Old Tree used his ultimate move and burned the large group of mosquitoes to ashes. However, there were simply too many mosquitoes to count. There was no way to kill them all. Hence, Blackhorn and Old Tree were exhausted to death. Fortunately, the sword immortal clones did not disappoint Yi Xian and were still standing strong. These mosquitoes could not hurt him at all. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized something. After the mosquitoes were killed, the life aura in their bodies would gather and flow into the distance. Yi Xian frowned and sent the sword immortal clones to check it out. When the sword immortal clones arrived, they saw a huge altar. On the altar, there was a crystal bottle. The life aura was flowing into the crystal bottle. The sword immortal clones went over to take a look. Just as he was about to put away the crystal bottle, an aura suddenly descended. Who is it? A shout made the sword immortal clones stop. He turned around and saw a long-haired youth standing in the air, looking down at him. This long-haired youth was wearing a green robe and was a 9th-grade half-step Dao Lord. Who are you? The sword immortal clones asked. However, the other party did not answer the question. Instead, he attacked. Boom! The sword immortal clones attacked at the same time. The 2 energies collided and were evenly matched. You're courting death. The long-haired youth narrowed his eyes and immediately fought the sword immortal clones. Immediately, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over as well, resulting in a 4 versus 1 situation. In a 1-on-1 situation, the sword immortal clones could not do anything to the long-haired youth. However, in a 4-on-1 situation, it was more than enough to deal with him. Bastard! The long-haired youth cursed. However, in the next moment, his chest was pierced by Yi Xian. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse and began to search its soul. It turned out that this long-haired youth was a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. He was the one who created this area. His purpose was to attract others to enter, and then let those man-eating flowers devour the flesh and blood, and then transfer the essence to the giant tree of life. Then, the large mosquitoes absorbed the life essence into the bottle. These life essences would ultimately be absorbed by the long-haired youth. What? He actually has a Dao seed of life in his body? Yi Xian was shocked. This life Dao seed was formed by the long-haired youth devouring a large amount of life essence. Now, he was using the life essence to improve his life Dao seed. The seed of life was even more precious than the sword way. It was ranked higher among the 9 saintly paths. Who would have thought that this Jianghu dojo actually had a way? How amazing! However, this method was somewhat inhumane. After all, this life Dao seed was formed from the accumulation of countless human lives. Yi Xian did not care about anything else. He directly devoured this Dao seed of life. Then, he used his devouring Dao seed to devour the other Dao seeds of the young man. However, he could not break through. However, Yi Xian found something useful from his memories. The long-haired youth had obtained the life sword by chance and planted it on the ground. Simply put, the life sword was under the giant tree of life. Yi Xian hurried over and had Wei Zhentian transform into the beast god Bel to suppress it. Then, he killed all the mosquitoes. He now had a Dao seed of life. He placed his hand on the giant tree of life and began to absorb the life essence. This giant tree of life was the root of the entire forest. Simply put, the entire forest was actually a single entity. Yi Xian continued to absorb the life essence. The Dao seed of life that he had just obtained began to improve from the early stage of small success to the early stage of greater success. Ding! The Dao seed of life has improved to the early stage of greater success. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently a 7th rank half-step Dao Lord. By the time the 2 system notifications rang out, the entire forest had already withered. Originally, the long-haired youth had used this forest to lure others in and then turned it into life essence for himself to absorb. This was supposed to be an endless cycle. However, Yi Xian had absorbed all of the giant tree of life's essence, so he could not continue. Then Yi Xian began to dig and retrieve the life sword that was hidden underground. The life sword of life and death was finally gathered. Originally, creating a forest like this would require a large amount of natural treasures. However, the long-haired youth just happened to obtain the life sword, so he saved a lot of money. Yi Xian thought to himself and took out the death sword. These 2 Dao weapons were formed from Dao seeds. If he destroyed these 2 Dao weapons, he would obtain a Dao seed of life and a Dao seed of death. However, Dao weapons were Dao Lord level weapons. How could he destroy them now? Given my current realm, I should be able to revive Jiang Feishing and his mother. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, what he did not know was that the news of the long-haired youth's death had already spread to the Great Wood Dojo. He immediately took out Jiang Feishing's corpse and used the death sword to absorb the death qi. Then, he used the life sword to inject the life sword with life qi. After a while, the originally dead Jiang Feishing came back to life. Jiang Feishing opened his eyes. He had been constantly using the death sword to fight, so he was contaminated with the death qi. In the end, he could only build his own tomb. How did he suddenly come back to life? Could it be that he was refined into a vicious battle corpse or puppet? Senior, we meet again. Yi Xian said with a smile. You are, Jiang Feishing was confused. After all, he had died long ago. Previously, it was his remnant soul that communicated with Yi Xian, so it was normal that he did not recognize Yi Xian. Yi Xian told him what had happened. After listening to him, Jiang Feishing was dumbfounded. You found the life sword? Jiang Feishing was shocked. One had to know that the Jiang family's patriarch had gone to find the life sword and came to this forest of death. However, he could not enter, so he could only give up. He did not expect that Yi Xian, a half-step Dao Lord, could do it. However, Yi Xian was able to enter thanks to the sword Immortal Clone, the Death Sword, and the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Of course, there was also the time reversal. After entering this forest of death, he had been constantly using time reversal to find low-risk places. Senior, your mother's corpse is also with me. I can also revive her. Yi Xian said. What? Jiang Feishing was shocked again and hurriedly said, Quick, revive my mother. Okay. Yi Xian said nothing and took out Jiang Feishing's mother's corpse. Chapter 2027. It just so happened that Yi Xian was already a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord, so he could revive Jiang Feiyue's mother, who was also a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord. The Death Sword extracted death energy, and the Life Sword injected life energy. Before long, Jiang Feiyue's mother opened her eyes. Mother, Jiang Feishing couldn't help but shout. Not long after he stole the Death Sword and left, he heard that his mother had committed suicide. He was so heartbroken that he even thought of suicide several times. However, later on, he heard that the life sword had the ability to revive the dead, so he wanted to find it. Unexpectedly, he used the death sword too much and was tainted with death energy, which led to her death. Yi Xian had actually been tainted by the aura of death, but the bloodline in his body could suppress it. Moreover, after obtaining the life Dao seed, the aura of death had completely disappeared. Jiang Feixing's mother was shocked. Then Yi Xian directly put the two of them into the devouring space so that they could be reunited. As for him, he prepared to return to spiritual light sword city. Yi Xian, my father died in a great battle. Can you? Jiang Tianqing suddenly asked. 8th stage half-step Dao Lord. With my current realm, I don't know if I can succeed, but as long as I break through again, it should be possible. Yi Xian replied. Thank you in advance. Jiang Tianqing thanked him. After a person died, their soul would gradually dissipate, but it was only an illusory soul that dissipated. In a person's brain, there was a physical soul. Yi Xian used the life sword and the death sword to revive the two of them. In fact, he used the death sword to absorb the death energy, and used the life sword to revive the soul in the brain, giving birth to a new soul. Therefore, the life sword alone couldn't revive people unless it could remove the death energy. Speaking of which, on the way here, Yi Xian kept leaving void tracking points, so it was very easy for him to return to spiritual light sword city. After a while, he returned. Then, he directly went to find Jiang Sheng. According to Jiang Tianqing, his grandfather Jiang Sheng was very good to him. Back then, he stole the death sword, so he felt very guilty toward Jiang Sheng. At this time, Yi Xian had already returned to the city lord's mansion. Master, are you there? Yi Xian sent a voice transmission to Jiang Sheng. Come here. In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared outside Jiang Sheng's mansion. What's the matter? Jiang Sheng turned to look at Yi Xian. Master, I have something to tell you next. I hope you won't be too surprised. Yi Xian said. This old man is also a person who has experienced great storms and waves. There aren't many things that can surprise this old man. Jiang Sheng laughed loudly. But in the next moment, his said Jiang's right was that? Jiang Xian's master's master, Jiang Feixing, is here. And Jiang Feixing was Jiang. Dao Lord, when Jiang Sheng heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he saw two very familiar people. Said Yifang Jiang was Jiang Yi Jiang's grandson. Said Kuden Jiang Yes he. Teet her of S of Tian S, twos long TSTs committed a families of A of course of. How did she come back to life? Grandpa, mother and I were both dead, but Yi Xian found the life sword and brought us back to life, said Jiang Feixing. When he heard this, Jiang Sheng was shocked again. The life sword. How was that possible? One must know that the place where the life sword was located was an extremely dangerous place. Jiang Sheng's father, the old master of the Jiang family, had led a team there, but half of them died in the end. Now, Jiang Feixing said that the life sword was found by Yi Xian, a half-step Dao Lord. How was that possible? Yi Xian took out the life sword and death sword and told Jiang Sheng what had happened. Disciple, thank you. Thank you for bringing the life sword back. Jiang Sheng shed tears of gratitude. However, Yi Xian shook his head and said, Master, you misunderstand. I didn't find it for you. I need it for myself. This, Jiang Sheng was stunned. Also, I only joined the Jiang family to investigate some things. So, from now on, I am no longer your disciple. Yi Xian's expression suddenly turned serious. With his strength, Jiang Sheng was not qualified to be his master. Yi Xian, Jiang Feixing suddenly spoke, but he did not know how to continue. Previously, he had given the death sword to Yi Xian, hoping that Yi Xian could bring his body and the death sword back to the Jiang family. Now, Yi Xian said that he needed the death sword. What should he do? After all, Yi Xian had found the life sword and brought him and his mother back to life. If he asked Yi Xian to return the life sword, he would be ungrateful. Don't worry. I'm just borrowing the life sword. I'll return it in the future. However, I can bring the dead Jiang family members back to life, but I need some Dao seeds as a reward. Yi Xian said. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd fell silent. This, Jiang Sheng hesitated. In fact, he wanted to hide Jiang Feixing and Wen Kuang. After all, Jiang Feixing was a sinner of the Jiang family. However, Yi Xian had brought back the death sword and the life sword. If Yi Xian could return the life sword to the Jiang family, then Jiang Feixing would have redeemed himself. It would be a happy ending. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not intend to return the life sword. What kind of Dao seed do you need? Jiang Sheng asked. It's best if it's a high-grade Inferno Dao seed. Of course, I don't care about anything else. However, I want a large amount. Yi Xian said. This request of his made the three of them somewhat puzzled. He only needed one Dao seed to comprehend. Why did he need so many Dao seeds? One had to know that the more Dao seeds one condensed, the harder it was to condense them. In the half-step Dao Lord realm, condensing 2 Dao seeds was already good enough. It was rare to see 3. I'll use the life sword to bring your family members back to life. I only want Dao seeds as a reward. This isn't too much, right? Yi Xian asked again. Indeed, it's not too much. However, I have to discuss this with the others. Jiang Sheng said. He was only the deputy patriarch of the Jiang family. The patriarch was his brother. In addition, his father was also in charge. This kind of thing still needs to be discussed. All right, no problem. Yi Xian nodded and put away the life sword. Then, Jiang Sheng quickly left with Jiang Feixing and Wen Kuang. The Jiang family members did not know that Jiang Feixing had died once. However, many of them had seen Wen Kuang's corpse with their own eyes. Now that Wen Kuang had been resurrected and Jiang Sheng had seen it with his own eyes, it should not be difficult to convince the Jiang family members. Sure enough, a large group of people soon arrived. Chapter 2028. Old ancestor? Oh my God, why is the old ancestor here? Wasn't he in seclusion with the patriarch? The patriarch is here, and so is the deputy patriarch. What happened? The people from the Jiang family all revealed puzzled expressions. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in Jiang Sheng's courtyard, saw the group of Jiang family's upper echelons. Summon the sword of life and death. The leading white-haired elder snorted coldly. According to Jiang Tianxin's memories, Yi Xian recognized this person as the Jiang family's old ancestor, Jiang Lingguang. Jiang Lingguang was a half-step Dao lord and a sword cultivator. He had a Dao seed of the sword in his body, and it had been raised to late-stage greater mastery. He was only one step away from the great Dao, and his combat strength was terrifying. Senior, there's no need to be angry. I'm just borrowing the sword of life and death. Yi Xian smiled and said slowly. How dare you? The sword of life and death belongs to our Jiang family. How can you just borrow it? Another elder shouted angrily. He was the Jiang family's patriarch and Jiang Sheng's elder brother, Jiang Yong. Both Jiang Lingguang and Jiang Yong had more power than Jiang Sheng, so Jiang Sheng could do nothing. Yi Xian, you better hand over the sword of life and death, Jiang Sheng said helplessly. He had told his elder brother and father what had happened, but when they found out that the sword of life and death had been found, they had rushed over aggressively. He couldn't stop them. That won't do. Although the sword of life and death belongs to your Jiang family, I didn't take it away from you. Besides, I didn't say that I wouldn't return it. I'm just borrowing it temporarily. Yi Xian shrugged with a smile on his face. The sword does belong to you, but I'm borrowing it by force. So what? Fine, then I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare to borrow my Jiang family's sword of life and death. Jiang Yong attacked Yi Xian without hesitation, wanting to capture Yi Xian. That way, the sword of life and death would be in his hands. There was no need to talk nonsense. Big brother. Seeing this, Jiang Sheng wanted to make a move but was stopped by Jiang Lingguang. Helpless, he could only watch as Jiang Yong flashed in front of Yi Xian and slapped Yi Xian on the shoulder. However, Yi Xian remained unmoved in the face of this palm. How is that possible? Jiang Yong was shocked. He was a 9th-rank half-step Dao Lord. How could he not be able to deal with a 7th-rank half-step Dao Lord? Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned. What a joke. The one who had come to the Jiang family was not his true body, but his sword immortal clone. What's more, he was currently a 7th-rank half-step Dao Lord. Jiang Yong was only 2 ranks higher than him, yet he wanted to capture him? Jiang Yong refused to believe it as he immediately extended his hand towards the interspatial ring on the sword immortal avatar's hand. However, the sword immortal avatar immediately kept the interspatial ring and held it in his hand. If you want to completely lose the sword of life and death, then continue. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Jiang Yong no longer dared to move. If the cosmos ring was broken, the sword of life and death would disappear. No one knew where it would appear. Stop. Jiang Lingguang could no longer watch and immediately shouted. Senior, do you have something to say? Yi Xian said with a faint smile. As a junior, you're the first one who dares to threaten me in such a situation. Jiang Lingguang narrowed his eyes and said, then let's both take a step back. Return the sword of life and death to me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Not only that, but I'll also pretend that Jiang Fei stole the sword of life and death never happened. What do you think? Senior, you're really old. I just said that I want to borrow the sword of life and death. Did you not hear me clearly? Yi Xian said. You're courting death. Jiang Lingguang opened his eyes wide and looked like he was about to attack. However, if he attacked, he had to succeed. Otherwise, the sword of life and death would really be gone. Hee hee, I heard that Senior brought people into the forest of death and returned empty-handed. Instead, many experts died. However, I was able to go through the entire forest of death and bring back the sword of life and death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold. As soon as he said that, everyone present fell silent. What was Yi Xian's background? How did he accomplish something that even the former family head could not? That was what everyone was thinking. However, Jiang Lingguang, who was already a Dao Lord, still did not take Yi Xian seriously. No matter who you are, as long as you return the sword of life and death to my Jiang family will treat you as an important guest. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll take back the sword of life and death. Jiang Lingguang threatened again. Hearing that, Yi Xian could only helplessly shake his head and said, since Senior is unwilling to make this deal with me, then let's fight to the death. After saying that, he clenched the interspatial ring tightly and tried to crush it. Wait. Jiang Lingguang was frightened. He did not expect Yi Xian to be so unafraid of death. He paused for a moment and said, we'll talk about it in 3 days. All right, then I'll give you 3 days to prepare enough Dao seeds. Who knows, I might return the sword of life and death to you in 3 days. Yi Xian smiled, then sat down and closed his eyes to rest. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. Facing a Dao Lord, Yi Xian sat down so defenselessly. He must have some kind of confidence. Otherwise, how could a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord threaten the Jiang family, which had a Dao Lord overseeing it? Following that, Jiang Lingguang ordered his men to guard the courtyard strictly. To be precise, they were to keep an eye on Yi Xian and not let Yi Xian escape. As for Jiang Lingguang himself, he hid in the surroundings and waited for an opportunity to make a move. As long as he obtained Yi Xian's interspatial ring, the matter would be over. He did not care about Yi Xian's life or death. Unfortunately, after 3 days, Yi Xian still sat cross-legged on the ground and did not even open his eyes. This really shocked Jiang Lingguang and the rest of the Jiang family. 3 days later. Senior, how's the preparation? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. It's ready, but you have to revive the dead members of the Jiang family first. Jiang Lingguang appeared out of nowhere. No way. Yi Xian stood up and said slowly. Jiang Lingguang gritted his teeth in anger and threw an interspatial ring over. It was filled with a large number of Dao seeds. Among them were the Dao seeds left behind by the dead members of the Jiang family, as well as the spoils of war that the Jiang family obtained from killing enemies. Of course, most of them were purchased in the past 3 days. After Yi Xian received the interspatial ring, he grinned and said, "Thank you, senior." The number of Dao seeds in this interspatial ring was truly shocking. Chapter 2029. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now an 8th stage half-step Dao Lord. The system notified. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. He was not afraid of the Jiang family before, and now that he had made a breakthrough, he had even less to worry about. Very good. Please bring the corpses of those people here. I will revive them one by one. Of course, their cultivation cannot exceed that of an 8th stage half-step Dao Lord when they were alive, and the success rate of revival is not 100%, Yi Xian said. Some people's heads had been blown up. How could they be revived? Without a physical soul, even samsara Dao Lords could not be revived, right? Jiang Lingguang immediately did as he was told. Since the establishment of the Jiang family many years ago, many people had died in battle. Some corpses were scattered outside, while others were collected. Then, the Jiang family dug them out one by one and sent them to Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian had already taken out the Sword of Life and Death. The Sword of Life in his right hand absorbed the death aura, while the Sword of Life in his left hand channeled the life aura into the physical soul and the head of the deceased. Then, the person was revived. This magnificent feat shocked the Jiang family's upper echelons. Reviving the dead was truly a heaven-defying method. Long ago, the Jiang family's upper echelons had sealed off this courtyard, so no one could enter or even get close. However, this secret would definitely spread soon. After all, with so many people revived, no matter how deep the Jiang family hid, it would be exposed sooner or later. There were thousands of people in the Jiang family who could be revived, and Yi Xian revived all of them. It was a fair deal. Jiang Lingguang was stunned to see so many people revived. If the Sword of Life and Death was in his hands, he could revive those with high cultivation realms in the Jiang family. At this time, Yi Xian was done with his work. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "What do you want to return the Sword of Life and Death to the Jiang family?" "Don't worry, I will return it, but not now. If you really want to talk about it, you have to wait until I break through to become a Dao Lord." Yi Xian said. Dao Lord. When this word spread, everyone was shocked. Who the F***ck are you? You want to break through to become a Dao Lord? Many people thought so in their hearts, but in the next moment, they suddenly remembered. When Yi Xian had won first place in the tournament, he had been a mere 4th rank half-step Dao Lord. But now, he was already an 8th rank half-step Dao Lord. What was going on? Alright, then you can stay in the Jiang family. I will personally guide you. Jiang Lingguang nodded. Having the guidance of a Dao Lord was the dream of countless people. However, Yi Xian wasn't interested in this at all. He had the devouring Dao seed and life Dao seed in his body. Would the guidance help? However, right at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Jiang Lingguang raised his eyebrows and stared into the distance in shock. For him to take this seriously, this person had to be a Dao Lord. Sure enough, after a short while, a man in green appeared in the sky above the Jiang residence. Your Excellency looks unfamiliar. May I know who you are? Jiang Lingguang asked curiously. The man in green glanced at him, then his gaze fell on Yi Xian. You killed my younger brother? Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He carefully recalled and found that there was a memory of this man in the Great Wood Dojo's disciple. It turned out that this man in green was that person's elder brother and also a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. At the same time, he was already a Dao Lord. So what? Yi Xian didn't play dumb and asked directly. Then, you deserve to die. The man in green didn't waste time and directly attacked, preparing to kill Yi Xian. Swish. A flaming sword chi tore through the air and instantly hit the sword immortal clone. However, what shocked the man in green was that Yi Xian was unharmed. You think you can kill me with just you? You're too arrogant. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up as his figure instantly disappeared. Eye of assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared behind the man in green and slashed with his sword. Bam! The man in green was caught off guard. Coupled with the death sword in Yi Xian's hand, he couldn't resist at all and was instantly hit. The aura of death quickly spread, but the man in green also had a Dao seed of life. The aura of life suddenly surged out of his body and cleared away the aura of death. A Dao soldier of death? The man in green was shocked. A Dao soldier of death was a Dao soldier made from a Dao seed of death. It wasn't something that ordinary people could refine, not even the Dao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo. If someone with a Dao seed of death used it, its power would be greatly increased. It had to be said that Yi Xian's strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary Dao Lord. However, the life Dao seed in the azure-clothed man's body had already risen from the small Dao level to the great Dao level. It wouldn't be that easy to kill him. However, Yi Xian wasn't alone. The old tree and Black Horn immediately came to help. Not only that, but even his original body had arrived wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor. Now, it was 4 against 1. Below, the group of Jiang family members were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Yi Xian really did have the strength to fight against a Dao Lord. However, Jiang Lingguang was hesitating. He thought that if Yi Xian was killed by this man, he might be able to take back the Sword of Life and Death. However, what if the other party was like Yi Xian and didn't hand over the Sword of Life and Death? Stop! Jiang Lingguang had no choice but to shout. Old man, shut up, or I'll kill you too. The man in green roared angrily. Jiang Lingguang's expression changed drastically. Even if he didn't have the intention to attack, he couldn't do nothing after hearing this. The people below were his family members. He couldn't bring himself to be scolded in front of so many people. Ignorant junior, I'll let you know what it means to respect your seniors. Jiang Lingguang shouted and charged into the sky. After condensing the Dao seed of sword, his combat strength was very strong. With just one sword strike, he severely injured the man in green. Old man, how dare you injure me? I'm a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. The man in green's expression finally changed. He didn't expect Jiang Lingguang to have comprehended the Tao of the sword and had even improved it to the level of the Great Path. Although the Tao of life was above the Tao of the sword, in terms of combat strength, it was far inferior to the Tao of the sword. I don't care who you are. How dare you come to my Jiang family and behave so atrociously? I'll definitely make you pay. Jiang Lingguang didn't care who the other party was and continued to attack. Of course, if he knew how powerful the Great Wood Dojo was, he would definitely regret it. Unfortunately, the Great Wood Dojo's influence didn't reach here. Otherwise, Jiang Lingguang wouldn't have dared to attack no matter how bold he was. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly attacked when the man in green was sent flying. Eye of Assassination. Chapter 2030. The life sword absorbed the vitality of the man in green, while the death sword infected him with the death chi. With the combination of the two, the man in green turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. The life sword can actually absorb the life essence of others and strengthen my Tao seed of life. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If that was the case, that would be great. While Jiang Lingguang was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly put away the body of the man in green and began to strip it. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 9th grade half-step Dao Lord. Yi Xian's cultivation level suddenly increased. He used the Dao seeds in the body of the man in green and the Qian Kun ring to improve his devouring Dao seed to the late stage of greater mastery. Now, he was only a step away from becoming a Dao Lord. If he unleashed his full strength, even a veteran Dao Lord like Jiang Lingguang would be killed by him in a short time. Old Master Jiang, please lend me the life and death sword for now. See you later. After breaking through, Yi Xian felt that it was useless to stay here any longer. Hence, he laughed 3 times and left, leaving behind a group of stunned Jiang family members. If not for Jiang Feixing, he would have destroyed the Jiang family long ago. However, destroying the Jiang family would not increase his strength much, so Yi Xian decided to forget about it. At this time, he had already searched the soul of Wanpeng's body. Not only that, he had already disguised himself as Wanpeng with the mask of truth. The Great Wood Dojo had its disciples plant the giant tree of life outside to improve their strength. Wanpeng was the manager of this area and had 5 forests of death under him. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time, he was preparing to go to the other 5 forests of death to absorb the essence of life and break through. The actions of the Great Wood Dojo's disciples were devoid of conscience. This time, Yi Xian was going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. As for why the man in green was able to track him down, it was because the Dao seed of life in the long-haired man's body was given to him by the man in green and had his mark on it. Since the long-haired man was dead, the man in green could naturally track him down. Yi Xian arrived at the forest of death through the teleportation formation. Then, he used a bead in Wanpeng's Qian Kun ring to easily avoid the man-eating flowers and other plants. Senior brother Wan, why are you here? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Yi Xian looked over and found that it was a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. At that moment, Yi Xian activated Assassin's Eye and flashed behind his opponent. Puchi. A crisp sound rang out, and the disciple of Great Wood Dao Lord, a 9th rank half-step Dao Lord, instantly perished. After that, Yi Xian kept the corpse and devoured the Dao seed. Then, he used the life sword to absorb all of the life essence of the giant tree of life. Not long after, the forest of death disappeared. The Dao seed of life within Yi Xian's body had also improved significantly. If this continues, I'll soon break through to become a Dao Lord. His eyes lit up as he broke through the void and left, looking for the next forest of death. In the following period of time, he destroyed the remaining forests of death. However, it was not easy to upgrade the late-stage Dao seed of life to the great Dao level. Helpless, he could only go to the next area. In this Juma dojo, disciples were sent out to spread the branches and leaves, allowing them to cultivate on their own. Therefore, there were many areas like this. Yi Xian spent more than a month exterminating the death forest one by one. In the end, he finally upgraded the Dao seed of life to the great Dao level. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a first-rank Dao Lord. The system notified. However, the combat strength of the Dao of life was not high, but the Dao of devouring and the Dao of raging inferno were at late-stage greater mastery. They would probably be upgraded to the great Dao level soon. Destroying the forests of death one by one is too slow. I'd better go directly to the Great Wood Dojo. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed north. The Dao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo was a 4th-rank Dao Lord expert, and he had nearly 100 Dao Lords under his command. However, the combat strength of these people was not particularly strong. They either comprehended the Dao of rotten wood or the Dao of life. After more than a month of traveling, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Great Wood Dojo. The Great Wood Dojo was very different from the other dojos because it was a huge forest of death. Moreover, it was no longer in the 3rd heaven, but in the 4th heaven. This huge forest of death was divided up by the Dao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo, the other elders, and the protectors. Yi Xian looked at the forest of death in front of him, his eyes flashing as he rushed in. According to the past, the Great Wood Dojo was a demonic sect, so Yi Xian was not going to show mercy. However, to make things easier, he disguised himself as Wanpeng and went in. In the Great Wood Dojo, there were some disciples on the periphery. Yi Xian used the identity of Wanpeng to sneak into the disciple area. When the disciples saw Wanpeng, he ignored him because he thought Wanpeng was just passing by. Unexpectedly, Wanpeng came to kill him. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian instantly killed the disciple, who was a first-grade Dao Lord. With Yi Xian's current realm, it was too easy for him to kill an opponent of the same level. Then, he devoured the Dao seed and the essence of life, and the forest of death withered. Then, he continued to move. In less than half a day, the periphery of the forest of death withered completely. Yi Xian killed more than 20 disciples of the Great Wood Dojo. Huh? What's going on? Why did the periphery disappear? A protector of the Great Wood Dojo who was passing by was surprised. However, at this moment, whoosh! Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly sounded behind him. When he turned around, 2 long swords pierced his body. One was the sword of life. The other was the sword of death. Coupled with Yi Xian's devouring Dao seed, the person's organs were instantly devoured and turned into a husk. Dead. The protector, who was a second-grade Dao Lord, was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Looks like I have to move faster. Yi Xian thought to himself and quickened his pace. This time, he wanted to directly enter the protector area. With his means, as long as he was careful, it was easy for him to kill a second-grade Dao Lord. However, things were not that simple. At this moment, in the center of the Great Wood Dojo, a middle-aged man opened his eyes. Why are the giant trees of life in the periphery withered? The middle-aged man was puzzled. There was also a giant tree of life beside him, and it was the center of the entire forest of death. After all, he was the master of the Great Wood Dojo, and he was the one who planted this giant tree of life. Chapter 2031. However, unbeknownst to Dao Lord Juggernaut, someone else had already snuck over. It was the sword immortal clone who had killed the guardians earlier, while the one sneaking over was Yi Xian's true body wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. In addition to being immune to all energy attacks, the Void Spirit Divine Armor also had extremely strong defense. In addition, its stealth ability gave Yi Xian a lot of convenience. Dao Lord Juggernaut, a 4th-grade Dao Lord, has been lured away by the sword immortal clone. Let's see if I can absorb your giant tree of life. The corners of Yi Xian's true body's mouth curled up slightly. This giant tree of life was connected to other giant trees of life, so as long as the life sword stabbed in, it could absorb the life essence of the entire Juggernaut Dojo. However, now was not the time. Soon, the Dao Lord of Juggernaut Dojo saw the sword immortal clone acting as bait. Hey, dog, how dare you come to my Juggernaut Dojo and behave so atrociously? You're courting death. All the protectors and elders were alarmed by this sudden outburst. There were not many people left in Juggernaut Dojo. Most of them had gone out to hunt sacred beasts and brought them back. Now that Dao Lord Juggernaut had attracted their attention, it was time for Yi Xian to make his move. Pfft! With a crisp sound, the life sword stabbed into the giant tree of life and began to crazily absorb its life essence. The giant tree of life was connected to the entire Juggernaut Dojo. No one would notice the loss of such a small amount of life essence. The life sword absorbed the life essence and fed it back to the Dao seed of life in Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's understanding of the Dao of life grew deeper and deeper. Rumble. Outside Juggernaut Dojo, the sword immortal clone was fighting with Dao Lord Juggernaut. No. To be more precise, he was being ravaged by Dao Lord Juggernaut. Dao Lord Juggernaut was not as weak as imagined. He was much stronger than ordinary 4th-grade Dao Lords. Unfortunately, his attack was completely useless against the sword immortal avatar. Bastard, let's see how you block this move of mine. Dao Lord Juggernaut roared and suddenly wrapped the sword immortal clone with vines. Then, wisps of black aura, the sword immortal clone, enveloping him. Seeing this, the sword immortal avatar raised his eyebrows. This was the aura of death. The Dao Master succeeded. He comprehended the Dao of death from the Dao of rotten wood. This guy is dead for sure. Heavens! If that's the case, the Dao Lord has already comprehended the Dao of life and the Dao of death. In the future, he might be able to combine these two Daos and comprehend the Dao of life and death. The Dao of Samsara, this is the most powerful Dao which a Dao Lord can comprehend. The group of enforcers and elders let out cries of disbelief one after another. However, the sword immortal avatar did not show any reaction despite being enveloped by the deathly aura. How is that possible? Dao Lord was shocked. Although he had just comprehended the Tao of death not long ago, he was already at the late stage of the primary solidification stage of the great Tao level. How could he not be able to injure his opponent? TSK. You want to kill me with that little ability of yours? The sword immortal avatar grinned. You are courting death. Dao Lord did not believe it and continued to attack. Even Dao Lords of the 4th rank would have most likely perished under the aura of death, but the sword immortal clone seemed to be completely fine and was even able to spout nonsense. This was truly bizarre. At this moment, Dao Lord's expression changed. He suddenly sensed something and immediately said to the protectors and elders beside him, "You guys, watch him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed towards the giant tree of life at the center of the Great Wood Dojo. This giant tree of life was connected to him. Now that it had lost so much of its life essence, how could he not sense it? Don't forget, Yi Xian not only had the life sword, but also the Tao seed of life. He was absorbing life essence like a mad dog. When Dao Lord arrived, he saw that there was no one there. He carefully examined the place and found that there was a gap that had not yet closed. The aura of a stranger. Who is it? Come out. Dao Lord Greatwood shouted angrily. However, no one responded. However, the Tao seed of life in his body was already at the early stage of the lesser success stage. It was extremely sensitive to living beings. He carefully sensed for a moment and discovered a person hiding in the dark. Swish. Immediately, he raised his hand and launched an attack. Good heavens, he actually discovered me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and allowed the attack to fall on his body before it dissipated. With the Void Spirit Divine Armor, he was not afraid of such an attack at all. Who are you? Dao Lord Greatwood shouted loudly. Just a nameless junior. Farewell. Yi Xian did not say anything else and directly broke through the void and left. However, he did not go far. Instead, he arrived outside Dao Lord Greatwood Dojo. Immediately, there was a bloody storm outside Dao Lord Greatwood Dojo. Rumble. A series of loud noises came from outside. Dao Lord Greatwood's expression changed. Now, he could not leave, but he could not stay either. What if that guy came back to absorb the life essence again? However, if he did not leave, would those people be able to deal with the intruder? Immediately, he sent a voice transmission to the 2 elders, asking them to come over and guard the giant tree of life. Then, he would kill his way out. Unexpectedly, the 2 elders did not respond. At the same time, the rumbling outside finally stopped. Is it over? Dao Lord Greatwood narrowed his eyes. However, when he sensed carefully, he felt that something was wrong. There was no one alive outside Dao Lord Greatwood Dojo. However, there was someone near him. Dao Lord Greatwood, we meet again. A familiar voice sounded. Yi Xian finally broke free of his invisibility and appeared in front of Dao Lord Greatwood. However, at this moment, his aura was already that of a second-grade Dao Lord. Previously, when Dao Lord Greatwood returned, he was only a first-grade Dao Lord. However, after his original body killed his way out, he used the second-grade Dao Lord protectors as a springboard to break through to the second-grade Dao Lord realm. Then, he would kill those elders. Therefore, Dao Lord Greatwood was the only one left in Dao Lord Greatwood Dojo. Who are you? Dao Lord Greatwood asked with a gloomy expression. You don't have to worry about who I am. Let's fight. When Yi Xian finished speaking, he had already flashed behind Dao Lord Greatwood. Not only that, but the sword immortal clone, the old tree, and Blackhorn all appeared as well. Kill. After breaking through to the second-grade Dao Lord realm, Yi Xian was no longer afraid of Dao Lord Greatwood. This was because he knew that Dao Lord Greatwood had comprehended the Tao of rotten wood, the Tao of life, and the Tao of death. He did not have the Daoist that could break through the void spirit godly armor, so he could not harm him. Not only that, but as long as he killed Dao Lord Great Wood, he would be able to obtain the Dao Seed of Death, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Eye of Assassination. 9-layer heaven-devouring flames. Devouring dragon roar. Yi Xian and the others used their trump cards, and the battle was very intense. Chapter 2032. Let's go. Daolord's expression changed drastically as he quickly flew into the sky. Unfortunately, not many people were able to escape from Yi Xian's hands. In the end, he was killed by Yi Xian and the others due to his depletion of Saint Power. Dao could only be used through Saint Power. Since he had exhausted all his energy, Daolord's combat power was less than 10%. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification sounded out, the corpse of the giant Wood Dao Lord had already been put away by Yi Xian. Ding. Host has devoured a Death Dao Seed. Another Death Dao Seed appeared in Yi Xian's body. Now, he had a few Dao Seeds that had not been devoured by the devouring Dao Seed a second time. They were the Blazing Flame Dao Seed, Death Dao Seed, Life Dao Seed, Thunder Dao Seed, Gale Dao Seed, and Rottenwood Dao Seed. It was said that the Rottenwood Dao Seed was one of the rarer ones. Although it was not ranked as high as the Life Dao Seed or the Death Dao Seed, it was not bad. However, at this moment. Ding. The Life Dao Seed can fuse with the Death Dao Seed. Ding. Unable to fuse due to lack of materials. Suddenly, 2 system notifications caught Yi Xian's attention. The Life Dao Seed can fuse with the Death Dao Seed. What's going on? Yi Xian was puzzled and quickly searched the system's soul. It turned out that those who had the Life Dao Seed and the Death Dao Seed could use it to comprehend the Life and Death Dao Seed. This was the strongest Dao that could be comprehended. Others relied on comprehension, but Yi Xian relied on fusion. Lack of materials. Crimson Gold Dao Seed, Black Ice Dao Seed, Red Flame Dao Seed, and Violent Earth Dao Seed. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. In order to fuse the Life Dao Seed and the Death Dao Seed, he needed the 5 Elements Dao Seed. The 5 Elements Dao was relatively common, such as the Frost Dao and the Blazing Flame Dao. They could also be extended into other Daos, such as the Black Ice Dao and the Red Flame Dao. Daolord's Rottenwood Dao Seed was one of the materials. So it needs the 5 Elements Dao Seed to balance. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he only had the Rottenwood Dao Seed, so he had to look for the other 4 Dao Seeds. But before that, it was better to absorb the life essence of the entire Great Wood Dojo first. Immediately, he stabbed the life sword into the giant tree of life and began to madly absorb its life essence. This process lasted for more than a day. It was a pity that Dao Lord Giant Wood had absorbed this life essence a year ago, so there wasn't as much of it as expected. Otherwise, Yi Xian could have used this opportunity to break through to become a 3rd-ranked Dao Lord. From today onwards, the Great Wood Dojo would no longer exist in the 4th heaven. After the destruction of the Great Wood Dojo, Yi Xian immediately left and began to investigate the 4 Dao Seeds. Spirit Monkey City's City Lord possesses the rare Crimson Gold Dao Seed. This was the news that Yi Xian had found out. Coincidentally, he had heard about it in the Spirit Monkey City. The governor of Spirit Monkey City was also a rank 4 Dao Lord. He wasn't much of a threat to Yi Xian. His strength might even be weaker than Dao Lord Giant Wood because he comprehended the Crimson Gold Dao Seed. It was mainly very strong in terms of defense. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed to the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord Mansion. After pausing for a moment, he rushed in. Which scoundrel dares to barge into the City Lord Mansion? The experts in the City Lord Mansion immediately leaped into the sky. But in the next moment, they were sent flying by a wave of sword chi. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and discovered an aura that was comparable to Dao Lord Giant Wood's. He immediately rushed over. At this moment, the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord had also discovered Yi Xian. What do you want? The Spirit Monkey City's City Lord asked. I want to borrow something from you. Yi Xian said directly. What is it? The Spirit Monkey City's city lord was a little surprised. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, your crimson gold Dao seed. After he finished speaking, he attacked again. You're courting death. The Spirit Monkey City's city lord immediately reacted. If he wanted his crimson gold Dao seed, wouldn't he have to kill him? In an instant, both sides began to fight. Since Yi Xian came uninvited and did not have any deep enmity with the other party, Yi Xian showed mercy this time. He spent some time to severely injure the Spirit Monkey City's city lord who had the crimson gold Dao seed. Then, he got Blackhorn and the old tree to use the double devour skill to devour the Spirit Monkey City's city lord and the others. As a second stage Dao lord, it was still possible to suppress a fourth stage Dao lord with the devour skill. Previously, the devour skill was damaged because Yi Xian was only at the invincible heavenly lord realm. He had overestimated himself by trying to subdue a half-step Dao lord. After subduing this group of people, Yi Xian used the immortal grade devour skill to forcefully extract the Dao seeds from their bodies. In this way, these people would not die. Yi Xian had shown mercy. I've got the crimson gold Dao seed. I'm still missing the black ice Dao seed, red flame Dao seed, and violent earth Dao seed. After Yi Xian finished thinking, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he got Blackhorn and the old tree to absorb the entire Spirit Monkey City into the devour skill. After Spirit Monkey City was absorbed into the devour skill, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The 6th round of the sect chain mission is completed. Reward, 3 devour points. The reward this time was really good. Yi Xian directly received 3 devour points. However, the 7th round of the sect chain mission was a little tricky. It was to find an 8-star disciple who was at the Samsara Dao Lord realm. What a joke. Yi Xian was not even a Samsara Dao Lord yet. How could he find such a disciple? Therefore, this mission was directly ignored by Yi Xian. He would deal with it later. Then, he searched the souls of those who were subdued to see if there was any news of the other 3 Dao seeds. After a search, there was indeed one. This piece of information was the violent earth Dao seed, so he immediately acted. During this period of time, Yi Xian was constantly on the move. Occasionally, when he passed by cities, he would absorb them into the devour skill. However, there were too few 8-star talents. They were hard to find, so Yi Xian was very calm. While searching for the 3 Dao seeds, he finally broke through to the 3rd rank Dao Lord realm. At the same time, he also collected 4 of the 5 elemental Dao seeds. Now, only the black ice Dao seed was left. It is said that there is a black ice abyss. There is a Dao Lord black ice there. He condensed the black ice Dao seed. However, he is a 7th rank Dao Lord. It will not be so easy to get his Dao seed. Yi Xian thought to himself. What allowed him to break through to the 3rd rank Dao Lord realm was the Devour Dao seed. Therefore, his current strength was not bad. He was confident in facing a 7th rank Dao Lord, but he was not 100% sure. Let's go and take a look first. Chapter 2033. The Black Ice Abyss was actually a dark land of extreme ice. It was surrounded by black ice crystals that constantly emitted a black aura. If an ordinary person came into contact with it, they would be corroded into nothingness if they were not strong enough. Yi Xian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was immune to this aura. However, just in case, he still sent his sword Immortal Clone to scout ahead. It was said that Dao Lord Black Ice had a few disciples under him. If these people also formed the Dao Seed of Black Ice, then Yi Xian would not need to attack Dao Lord Black Ice. The Black Ice Abyss was very famous in this area. Many people chose to enter to train because there was a type of black ice grass that grew there. It was very valuable. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many people. Needless to say, they were all sucked into his devouring space. However, on the 2nd day after Yi Xian entered the Black Ice Abyss. Roar! Suddenly, a roar entered Yi Xian's ears. He looked up and saw a huge black dragon sweeping over from the horizon. This is the Black Ice Dragon. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It was said that this Black Ice Dragon was created by Dao Lord Black Ice and was in charge of stopping those outsiders. This meant that Yi Xian was already at the edge. If he went any closer, he would be attacked by the Black Ice Dragon. No. This Black Ice Dragon charged straight at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already entered its attack range. Just in time. Yi Xian shouted and summoned the old tree and the other two. In this realm, humans were supreme. All other creatures had to stand aside. What was a mere Black Ice Dragon to him? Yi Xian's devouring Dao seed was already at the late nascent Dao level. When combined with other Daos, its attack power was not to be underestimated. What surprised him was that his attack couldn't hurt the Black Ice Dragon. It's at least a 6th grade Dao Lord. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he quickly dodged the Black Ice Dragon's attack. However, it was at this moment that Yi Xian saw a black frost Dao seed in the Black Ice Dragon's body. It really came knocking on my door. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. That Black Ice Dao seed was the Black Ice Dao seed. No wonder this Black Ice Dragon was so strong. It turned out that it had the Black Ice Dao seed as its core. This meant that if Yi Xian killed it, he would be able to gather the 5 Dao seeds. Immediately, he pulled out the death sword and flashed to the back of the Black Ice Dragon. Then, he viciously stabbed it. The death sword could only penetrate by 30%, and this was because of the effect of the devouring power and death chi, otherwise, it would not be able to break through. Roar! The Black Ice Dragon roared towards the sky, then turned around and charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not retrieve the death sword. Instead, he quickly turned invisible. He had to be careful against such a ferocious beast. After all, this Black Ice Dragon specialized in physical attacks. If he was bitten or scratched, Yi Xian did not know if the Void Spirit Divine Armor would work. Sword Immortal Clone, charge into its body. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. The Black Ice Dragon opened its mouth and charged at the Sword Immortal Clone. Then, the Sword Immortal Clone took the initiative to charge in. As for Blackhorn and the old tree, they attacked with all their might. But surprisingly, after the Black Ice Dragon was injured, it could gather the melted black water droplets again. In other words, it had the ability to recover. I don't believe it. Watch me kill you. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Clone worked together. As long as they could trigger the one-hit kill effect, the Black Ice Dragon would instantly collapse. However, it did not seem to be that easy. Yi Xian had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Sword Immortal descends. First Sword Immortal Ascension. He turned into a stream of light and stabbed the Black Ice Dragon with the first Sword Immortal Ascension. However, this attack was useless. Even though he had used the slaughter mode and his holy power and constitution were greatly improved, this Black Ice Dragon was still a product of Dao. If he wanted to fight against Dao, even if he was 10 times stronger, he was not qualified. If I don't kill you, my surname is not Yi. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the time reversal skill again. He did not believe that he could not kill this Black Ice Dragon. If the first Sword Immortal Ascension did not succeed, then he would try 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, or even 100 times. For this Black Ice Dao seed, he had put in a lot of effort. Soon, he charged in again and used the first Sword Immortal Ascension on the Black Ice Dragon. Unfortunately, it failed again. Again. Yi Xian used the time reversal skill again and returned to the past. He repeated this again and again. There was really a small chance that he would encounter it. Finally, after repeating this for more than 30 times, he encountered a stroke of luck. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. The Black Ice Dragon's ice crystals began to fall, and then the Black Ice Dao seed in its body appeared. I finally killed you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He quickly put away the Black Ice Dao seed. Ding! Host has gathered the materials to fuse the Dao seed. Will you fuse the Tao seed of life and the Tao seed of death? Yes. Yi Xian replied. Ding. Host has obtained the Samsara Tao seed. The system notification sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He quickly devoured the black ice Tao seed. The Samsara Tao seed was formed. The three realms of half-step Tao Lord, and Tao Lord of Life and Death did not mean that one could only break through to Tao Lord of Life and Death after forming the Tao seed of life and death. It was just that the Tao seed of life and death was the most powerful Tao that one could comprehend in these three realms. Yi Xian felt that the current him should be able to take care of a black ice dragon. However, at this moment. Changes in the world? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow as he sensed the changes in his surroundings. In the next moment, he saw the ground crack open. Then, one figure after another shot out from the ground. These figures were made of human bones, ice corpses, and beast corpses. However, without exception, they all came back to life. Yi Xian had fused with the Samsara Tao seed and brought the dead back to life in this area. Even the bones began to grow flesh for no reason. What's going on? Didn't I die? Damn, I'm a skeleton now. Roar. These people and beasts all looked on in disbelief. However, even if they came back to life, they would be very weak. This was because the Tao seed would not reform. I don't care what you are. Get in. Without another word, Yi Xian released Black Horn and the old tree and swallowed them into the devouring space. However, the commotion attracted the attention of some people in the depths of the black ice abyss. Before Yi Xian could leave, several figures flew over. Chapter 2034. 3 5th-ranked Tao Lords and a 6th-ranked Tao Lord Black Ice Dragon. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had fused the most powerful Taos he could comprehend at his current level and was anxious to test his skills. That phenomenon just now was the result of someone condensing the Samsara Tao seed. There's only one person here. Could it be him? The eyes of the leading black-robed youth flashed as he quickly surrounded Yi Xian. At this moment, there was still a steady stream of people emerging from the ground, but the newcomers clearly felt that Yi Xian wasn't with them. You're the one who condensed the Samsara Tao seed, the leading youth asked. That's right. Are you jealous? Yi Xian smiled. They thought that Yi Xian would pretend that he didn't know anything, but he actually admitted it. After hearing this answer, a look of greed flashed through the leading youth's eyes. A single Samsara Tao seed was extremely precious. Even Samsara Tao lords might not necessarily be able to obtain one. Who would have thought that they would actually see one? As long as they killed Yi Xian, they would be rich. Even if they didn't, they would be able to comprehend it themselves. But would it be that easy? Go, capture him and let Master deal with him. The leading youth immediately shouted. They were all 5th-ranked Tao Lords, while Yi Xian was only a 3rd-ranked Tao Lord. However, Yi Xian was within the Black Ice Dragon's attack range. To be able to walk there unscathed meant that he was definitely not an ordinary 3rd-ranked Tao Lord. You're courting death. Yi Xian withdrew his smile that was not a smile and quickly made his move. In the blink of an eye, he and his sword immortal clone had insta-killed one of them. What? The leading youth was shocked. A moment later, Yi Xian flashed behind him and slashed out with his sword. Rip! A crisp sound rang out as the leading youth was struck in the back and turned to dust. The Samsara Tao seed was the product of the fusion of the Tao seed of life and the Tao seed of death. Its power of death had been greatly increased, so it was able to insta-kill its opponent. This was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian did not use the death sword just now. The current him no longer needed it. Kacha! 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 At this moment, a series of crisp sounds were heard as the second Black Ice Dragon was killed by Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar. Another Tao seed of Black Ice. However, this was of no use to Yi Xian, so it was directly devoured by the devouring Tao seed a second time. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, another figure appeared in the sky. This person was a black-clothed old man. Dao Lord Blackfrost, eh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and watched as the other party arrived. My disciples are all dead, and I even lost 2 black ice dragons. Are you the one who did it? Dao Lord Blackfrost looked at Yi Xian. Exactly. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, you deserve to die. Dao Lord Blackfrost immediately attacked. In fact, he knew that Yi Xian had condensed a samsara Dao seed in his body, so he wanted to kill him and seize the treasure. I'm afraid you're not qualified. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, and in the next moment, his aura surged. He broke through to become a 4th-grade Dao Lord. Die. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar instantly flashed behind Dao Lord Blackfrost and slashed down. Bam! Before Dao Lord Blackfrost could react, he was hit by the sword, and the aura of death spread instantly. Oh no! His expression changed, and his eyes flickered. The piece of black ice on his back fell off as a black ice crystal. The Dao seed of black ice could turn his entire body into black ice, except for his heart and brain. After this piece of black ice left his body, he instantly healed his injuries. Not bad, you're quite capable. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death made his attack very powerful. If that sword had hit Dao Lord Blackfrost's head, he would probably have died. However, at this moment, Dao Lord Blackfrost's body suddenly began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a black ice giant. This black ice giant was formed by Dao Lord Blackfrost, and its strength was more than 10 times stronger than the black ice dragon. However, this helped Yi Xian instead. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar began to attack crazily. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death could instantly break through a layer of black ice defense. Although this black ice defense was formed by the Dao seed of black ice, it required the support of sacred power. Once the sacred power was exhausted, it would be his death. Boom! 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 A series of loud sounds rang out. The black ice giant's attack was not weak, and the entire black ice abyss seemed to be trembling. However, to maintain such a large black ice giant, it would probably consume a lot of sacred power. Indeed, in less than half a minute, the black ice giant had shrunk by a size, and Yi Xian was not injured at all. Damn it! Dao Lord Blackfrost's expression changed. He actually gave up attacking Yi Xian and ran towards the depths of the black ice abyss. You want to run after showing off? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and followed while attacking. When Dao Lord Blackfrost returned to the black ice abyss, his body had shrunk by a size. However, Yi Xian finally understood why he had returned to the depths. It turned out that there was a teleportation array there. Dao Lord Blackfrost wanted to ask for help. Don't even think about it. Yi Xian quickly slashed out several times, preparing to break the array. However, it was not that easy. Since that was the case, he would kill Dao Lord Blackfrost before the other party's reinforcements arrived. Die! Yi Xian began to attack crazily. In less than 3 seconds, the black ice giant had shrunk again. Swish! At this moment, a sword chi suddenly tore through the air and landed on the back of the black ice giant. In the next moment, Dao Lord Blackfrost's layer of black ice armor instantly collapsed. One-hit kill. He had actually triggered the one-hit kill effect. Yi Xian did not expect his luck to be so good as to trigger the one-hit kill effect twice in one day. Before Dao Lord Blackfrost could react, Yi Xian directly attacked behind him. Flying Star Sword Art, 9-star chain. Stop. Poof. 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 9 muffled sounds rang out in a row. Dao Lord Blackfrost's head was turned into a sieve. Then, Yi Xian quickly put away Dao Lord Blackfrost's corpse and looked carefully. He saw that an old man had already arrived here through the teleportation array. This aura was at least an 8th grade Dao Lord, or even a 9th grade Dao Lord. Bastard! The old man cursed angrily and attacked Yi Xian. He was so fast that even Yi Xian could not dodge. Pfft! The attack landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was instantly dispersed. Yi Xian was unscathed. Yi Xian has never courted death. Chapter 2035. Crack. For the first time, the Void Spirit Divine Armor was shattered. Yi Xian was also sent flying by the huge force. However, the Void Spirit Divine Armor and Yi Xian's injuries were healed by the Immortal Phoenix bloodline in the next moment. I've triggered 2 one-hit kills today. I might be able to trigger a third time. I don't believe I can't kill you. Yi Xian thought to himself as he attacked again. However, this person was a 9th grade Dao Lord expert. He was not someone he could fight against at the moment. In less than 3 seconds, Black Horn and Old Tree were killed nearly 10 times. Yi Xian was also severely injured several times. It seemed that they were no longer a threat to this old man at the moment. Let's go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately separated from the Sword Immortal clone. The old man turned around and finally decided to chase after Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had another trick up his sleeve. He could switch places with the Sword Immortal clone. Then, he could break through the void and leave the Black Ice Abyss. I don't believe you can catch up to me. Yi Xian looked at the Scarlet Kill character in the sky and used the eyes of the void to leave. Even if the old man had left an imprint in his body, it would take him several days to catch up. Let me see who you are. Yi Xian immediately asked Wei Zhentian to search Dao Lord Black Ice's soul. In the next moment, he knew the old man's identity. So it's Dao Lord Black Ice's father, Lu family's head, Lu Feng. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Since that was the case, he might as well kill his way to the Lu family. As long as he made another breakthrough, he should be able to fight this guy. Immediately, he broke through the void again and asked the Sword Immortal clone to attract the old man's attention. Then, his main body would take the opportunity to act. Unfortunately, the old man had left an imprint on his main body. Since the Sword Immortal clone was in an invincible state, the old man could not leave an imprint. Therefore, the Sword Immortal clone was on the way. The old man charged at Yi Xian. Then, the Sword Immortal clone took advantage of the time when the old man was away to teleport to the Lu family through the teleportation array. Immediately, a reign of terror was set off. The Lu clan still had several rank 8 Dao Lords, as well as more than 10 rank 7 Dao Lords. However, the Sword Immortal clone was an invincible figure. He alone was enough to take on the entire Lu clan. What? You've killed your way to my Lu family? Lu Feng was shocked and immediately turned around. He had received a message saying that a mysterious expert had challenged the entire Lu clan by himself. Many people had already died, and the entire Lu clan could not do anything to him. Unfortunately, when he returned to the Black Ice Abyss, he discovered that the teleportation formation had been destroyed. It was Black Horn and the Old Tree who had destroyed the teleportation array. Lu Feng was infuriated. He killed Black Horn and Old Tree before heading north. It would take some time to get from the Black Ice Abyss to the Lu family. With his speed, it would take at least 2 days. Time was nothing to him. But don't forget that the Sword Immortal avatar was still in the Lu family. 2 days of continuous fighting was enough to turn the Lu clan upside down. Moreover, Yi Xian had already used the Sword Immortal avatar technique to appear in the Lu clan. This battle lasted for quite some time. Yi Xian first used the Void Spirit Godly Armor's invisibility effect and the Eye of Assassination to kill those Lu clan members with lower realms. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 5 Dao Lord. After devouring those people's Dao seeds, Yi Xian finally broke through to become a rank 5 Dao Lord. Not only that, but Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal avatar also reached this realm. Now, they were a threat to those rank 8 Dao Lords. However, these people would be left for last. He would deal with those rank 8 Dao Lords and below first. In less than half a minute, only 3 rank 8 Dao Lords were left in the Lu clan. The rest were all annihilated by Yi Xian. Then, the 3 rank 8 Dao Lords also died in Yi Xian's hands. After that, the entire Lu clan no longer had any experts who could resist Yi Xian. They were all sucked into the Devour space. Now, Yi Xian was waiting for Lu Feng to return. Lu Feng rushed back with all his might, but he could not find any of his clansmen. This made him very anxious. However, by the time he arrived, he found that the Lu clan had already disappeared. At this moment, several figures were waiting for him in the air. "You did this?" Lu Feng looked at Yi Xian and said coldly. "That's right. As long as you kill me, you'll know where they are." Yi Xian nodded. "In that case, die." Lu Feng did not say anything else and attacked directly. Previously, his son, Dao Lord Black Ice, had sent him a message saying that Yi Xian had formed a Samsara Dao seed in his body. If he could obtain this Samsara Dao seed, all the Lu clan members who had died in battle could be revived. In addition, his combat strength would increase exponentially. When he broke through to Samsara Dao Lord, his strength would be incomparable to others of the same level. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the air. The battle between the two sides was very intense. As the strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Feng was indeed very strong. He could be considered to be half a step into the Samsara Daylord level. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not be compared to Yi Xian. Even Lu Feng didn't dare to take Yi Xian's attacks lightly, as he had formed the life and death Dao seed. The key to this battle was still Saint Power. Lu Feng did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body, so he could not last as long as Yi Xian. After a minute, his Saint Power was almost depleted. After all, he had to withstand the attacks of Yi Xian and the other 3. Die. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He slashed out with his sword and landed on Lu Feng's back. Although Lu Feng was strong, he could not withstand the deathly aura of the Samsara Dao seed. His back was instantly exposed. Then, Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal clone used their trump cards and killed Lu Feng. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After Lu Feng died, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian quickly went over and put away Lu Feng's corpse. He then refined the Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had devoured many Dao seeds before. Now that he had obtained 3 late-stage Dao seeds from Lu Feng, he had broken through. He estimated that he would soon break through to become a rank 7 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had developed a habit. He would let Wei Zhentian search the souls of those he took away. Perhaps he could get some interesting information. Immediately, he began to search Lu Feng's corpse. This search gave him a fright. Lu Feng encountered a devourer before? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had seen a devourer with the devourer mark in Lu Feng's memories. It seemed that this was a bonus. However, that devourer mark was very strong. It was even stronger than Lu Feng, who was a rank 9 Dao Lord. Therefore, it should be a Samsara Daylord level. Chapter 2036. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately set off on his journey. Lu Feng had encountered the devourer beast at a lake in the north. He was just passing by and had a fierce battle with the devourer beast before escaping with serious injuries. Yi Xian spent more than a month on his journey. After more than a month, he finally arrived at the lake where Lu Feng had encountered the devourer beast. Yi Xian quickly sent the Sword Immortal Avatar to check on the lake. Indeed, there was a devourer beast at the bottom of the lake. It was a huge python. When the Sword Immortal Avatar saw the python with the devourer mark, he immediately launched an attack. However, even with the Dao seed of life and death, the Sword Immortal Avatar's attack could not hurt the python. However, it had angered the python. The python opened its bloody mouth and stupidly swallowed the Sword Immortal Avatar into its stomach. Such an action was as good as courting death. If an ordinary sacred beast was swallowed into the python's stomach, it would have been digested in no time. However, the sword immortal avatar was invincible. The digestive fluid did not have any effect on him. Instead, it gave the sword immortal avatar an opportunity. The scales of the devourer beast were very strong. Even Lu Feng could not break through them. However, the insides of the python were much weaker. The sword immortal avatar madly attacked from the inside. In a short while, the devourer beast had several large holes in it. Fresh blood dyed the entire lake red. Yi Xian smelled the pungent smell of blood and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time, it was not bad. He had earned another devourer point. Hiss. Suddenly, a sharp hiss was heard. After the devourer beast shrieked, it fell down with a loud crash. It was dead. Then, the sword immortal avatar quickly kept the corpse and devoured it. Ding! Host has devoured the corpse of a super devourer beast. The reward is 1 devourer source. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. After hearing it, Yi Xian was stunned. Super devourer beast? Previously, he had encountered a low-level devourer beast and even cultivated a mid-level one. But now, he had encountered a super devourer beast. Moreover, the reward was not devourer points but devourer source. This time, it was awesome. Holy shit. The first devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. The second devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up to the immortal grade. Now, there's another one. Doesn't that mean, thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. At this time, the system prompted again, ding. The celestial level devouring system can be upgraded. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. What a joke. How could he not level up after obtaining a devouring source for free? Ding. The celestial level devouring system is upgrading. All major systems are temporarily shut down. The system prompted. So be it. It wasn't like Yi Xian didn't have a deep grudge against him. At worst, he could just rest for a while. Next, he rested nearby. He wondered what new tricks the system would have after the upgrade. This upgrade took more than a month. After more than a month. Ding! The immortal grade devouring system has been successfully upgraded to divine grade devouring system. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian woke up from his sleep. The system upgrade was finally completed. Before he could take a closer look at the upgraded divine grade devouring system, the system prompted again. Ding! The system upgrade is successful. You are rewarded with 2 bloodline fusions. Do you want to proceed now? Bloodline fusions? Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his previous experience, bloodline fusions were to fuse combat bloodlines, physique bloodlines, and support bloodlines into one bloodline. He now had 6 types of bloodlines in his body, so he could fuse them twice. This was the key to increasing his strength quickly. Yes. Yi Xian answered immediately. Ding. Bloodline fusions begin. Ding. Bloodline fusions. The host has obtained the Divine Sword Bloodline and Divine Battle Bloodline. The fusion of the bloodlines was completed in the blink of an eye. Divine Sword Bloodline and Divine Battle Bloodline? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The Divine Sword Bloodline reminded him of when he was in the mortal world. He had also fused with the Divine Sword Bloodline once. However, there was a Void God Bloodline behind the Divine Sword Bloodline at that time. The Divine Sword Bloodline now was the real Divine Sword Bloodline. No, it couldn't be considered the real Divine Sword Bloodline. Yi Xian noticed that there was a note behind the Divine Sword Bloodline. Demigod Bloodline? Yi Xian was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the Divine Battle Bloodline was also at the demigod level. Ding! The host is currently a 6th grade Dao Lord. The requirement to fully unlock the bloodline is to prove the divine position for the host. The system prompted. Prove the divine position? Does that mean I will become a god? Yi Xian immediately understood. Only by becoming a god would he be able to fully unlock the bloodline. After fully unlocking the divine sword bloodline, it would be called the unparalleled divine sword bloodline. After fully unlocking the divine battle bloodline, it would be called the supreme battle god. However, both bloodlines had yet to be fully unlocked, so they were only at the demigod level. Yi Xian didn't care too much and quickly fused the two bloodlines. Ding! Divine Sword Bloodline Fusion. Ding! Divine Battle Bloodline Fusion. The system prompted again. The Divine Sword Bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Sword Immortal Bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy Bloodline, and the Space-Time Bloodline. The Divine Battle Bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Immortal Slaying Bloodline, the Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline, and the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline. Yi Xian was shocked when he checked the abilities of the two bloodlines. They were too powerful. Although they had yet to be fully unlocked and some abilities had yet to be revealed, the current abilities were already heaven-defying. The Divine Sword Bloodline had 3 advancement paths. The first advancement path was called the Divine Sword Path. The second advancement path was called the Divine Sword Body. The third advancement path was called the Sword Servant. The Divine Sword Path had absolute understanding and control of the sword. In addition, it had 2 skills. The first skill was the Divine Sword Technique. After using it, one could form a divine sword that could split the sky. If one was hit by this divine sword, no matter who it was, they would be killed instantly. Not to mention other things, this divine sword technique alone was extremely terrifying because it was a true one-hit kill divine skill. However, this divine skill's cooldown time required a large number of swords to recover, just like the unicorn's descent. The second skill was called the Sword Explosion. Within a certain range, Yi Xian could make the enemy's sword explode and severely injure the enemy. Those were the abilities of the Divine Sword Path's advancement path. Then, the second advancement path was the Divine Sword Body. It could suppress 30% of the surrounding non-sword cultivator's strength and 10% of the sword cultivator's strength. Chapter 2037. In addition, the body of the sword god could reduce sword wounds by 30%. However, there was no way to reduce sword chi damage. Yi Xian had the ethereal divine armor, which could make up for this shortcoming. The third advancement path of the sword god bloodline, Sword Servant, was to summon sword servants to assist in battle. Currently, there was not a single sword servant, but there was a sword god clone, which was the sword immortal clone from before. If one could obtain a specific item, they could continue to summon sword servants, such as the immortal sword servant, 100 Beast sword servant, shadowless sword servant, and so on. Although all sword servants would die except for the immortal sword servant, they could be summoned again once the cooldown was over. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of sword servants that could be summoned at any time. Yi Xian could summon all of them. Most importantly, every sword servant had a special characteristic. As long as they were activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain unimaginable abilities. For example, as long as Yi Xian activated the immortal sword servant, Yi Xian would have the ability to revive once. In simple terms, every sword servant had its own special characteristic. Once activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain certain abilities. After Yi Xian finished reading the 3 advancement paths of the sword god bloodline, he was so shocked that he could not speak. It was already so powerful before it was fully activated. How powerful would it be if it was fully activated? However, what made Yi Xian feel helpless was that the sword god bloodline was the product of the fusion of the sword immortal bloodline, the imperial divine envoy bloodline, and the space-time bloodline. The advancement paths of the imperial divine envoy bloodline and the space-time bloodline did not seem to stand out in the sword god bloodline. It was either overshadowed by the sword immortal bloodline, or it had not been activated yet. Time reversal is gone, and so is time control. It seems that I can no longer load to kill monsters in the future. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the sword god bloodline was already very powerful. After all, it was only at the demigod level. Then, Yi Xian continued reading the battle god bloodline. The battle god bloodline was the fusion of the immortal slayer bloodline, the immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, and the immortal Phoenix bloodline. This bloodline also had 3 advancement paths. The advancement path of the War God Tyrant body had 3 effects. First, the divine war physique. Apart from greatly increasing one's physique, it also had the effect of the immortal Phoenix bloodline, allowing it to heal injuries without limit. Secondly, as long as one's body was injured, one's strength would increase. The more serious the injury, the greater the increase in strength. This effect could be used in conjunction with super recovery. As long as super recovery was suppressed, the injuries would not heal. These were the 2 effects of the first advancement route of the War God bloodline, the War God Tyrant body. Following that was the second advancement path, the War God mount, which was to summon a divine beast mount to assist in battle. The third path was called the War God domain. This was also a skill. Once the War God domain was unleashed, it could forcefully envelop a person and engage in a one-on-one battle with Yi Xian. Within this domain, Yi Xian's strength would increase. As long as he could defeat his opponent, the increase in strength would be maintained for a period of time. However, if Yi Xian was defeated, then his strength would be permanently reduced by 10%. This was the effect of the War God bloodline. Although it was less than before, Yi Xian's strength had increased. One had to know that these 2 bloodlines had yet to be fully activated. If they were fully activated, they would definitely be even more powerful. The Sword God bloodline and the War God bloodline. Although they are only at the demigod level, they have greatly increased my strength. The current me might even have the strength to kill a Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian thought to himself. There was still a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and Dao Lords. Yi Xian was only a rank 6 Dao Lord. It was already quite good that he had such confidence. Right now, he wanted to find a Samsara Dao Lord to fight. However, at this moment, he discovered something else. There were only 2 demigod bloodlines in the bloodline window, and it could not be used. This meant that he could only fuse with 2 bloodlines in the future. Whatever. This bloodline window might be hidden like the other systems and only be activated at certain times. At this thought, Yi Xian thought of the sect system. Didn't that system only activate at the end? However, right at this moment. Ding! The system has created a bloodline holder with 4 bloodlines. The host will receive a reward for killing the bloodline holder. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Bloodline holder? Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This guy really came at the right time. He was just about to find a person to fight when the system created one for him. Not bad, not bad. Although 2 of the 6 bloodlines had been fused, the system had actually kept some skills. For example, the Death Pursuit Command, the Eye of Assassination, the Eye of Insight, and so on. Yi Xian did not know where the bloodline holder was, so he directly took out the Death Sword. Then, he summoned the Sword God clone, Black Horn, and the old tree to set up a defense around him. Now, Yi Xian only had 2 clones and 1 main body left. Previously, after the bloodline fusion, he forcefully fused 3 into 1, which was his main body. As for the other 2 clones, one was in the mortal world, and the other was in the second heaven. Therefore, at this moment, he could not split them. This made him feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have split his doppelganger. That way, he would have had 2 more doppelgangers. Fortunately, he still had the avatar of Ares in the mortal world and in the second heaven, so there was no need to be afraid. He stood in place and waited for a while. A few days later, an aura descended. This aura was at the level of a 9th grade Dao Lord. Is it you? A young man looked at Yi Xian and said with narrowed eyes. Are you looking for me? Yi Xian asked. Unexpectedly, this young man attacked directly. He was the holder of 4 bloodlines created by the system. These 4 bloodlines were the immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, the immortal Phoenix bloodline, the divine Beast Envoy bloodline, and the immortal Slayer bloodline. Therefore, his Tao of raging flames was very terrifying. However, this was useless against Yi Xian. Bang! The flaming sword chi hit the void spirit godly armor and immediately disappeared. At the same time, the sword god clone had already swiftly attacked the back of the opponent. However, the sword god clone was only a 6th grade Dao Lord. Its combat strength was still not enough. Although the opponent was a sword cultivator, 10% of his strength had been suppressed by the divine sword seal. Bang! The sword chi of the sword god clone was blocked by the flames of the bloodline holder. Scram! The young man immediately turned around and slashed at the sword god clone. The latter also quickly attacked. However, at this moment, crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. The Dao weapon in the young man's hand actually exploded. The broken blade was instantly blasted away, leaving many wounds on his body. This move was mastered by Yi Xian after fusing with the sword god bloodline. It was called Sword's Explosion. The young man did not expect this and was injured. He did not even have time to attack. Instead, he was hit by the sword god clone and was sent flying. Little guy, you dare to fight with me? Chapter 2038. You're courting death. The young man was enraged and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the sword god's clone. But it didn't take long for Blackhorn and Old Shoe to join in. Bullying with numbers? 100 Unicorn Army. The young man shouted angrily, and the sacred power in his body began to surge out. In the next moment, hundreds of unicorn appeared in the sky. A bloodline holder. As expected of a bloodline holder. Previously, Yi Xian could only summon 1 unicorn at most. Now, this bloodline holder could summon hundreds of them. If they focused their attacks, they would probably be able to kill a Samsara Dao Lord. However, this little bit of skill was nothing in front of Yi Xian. Come out, my mount. Yi Xian muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot out from his body and rapidly expanded in the sky. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the golden light had turned into a golden celestial dragon. Yi Xian glanced at the system and saw that this was called Golden Celestial Dragon. The war god mount skill could summon a golden celestial dragon, which was very impressive. He did not expect a golden celestial dragon to appear on his first summon. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the golden celestial dragon appeared, it swept its tail and killed dozens of unicorn. The other unicorn quickly attacked, but surprisingly, it was useless against the golden celestial dragon. Not only that, the golden celestial dragon's scales continuously shot out golden rays, killing the other unicorn. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. When the young man saw that his hundreds of unicorn were wiped out in an instant, he was scared witless. He felt that he would not be able to defeat this golden celestial dragon. Let's go. The young man made a prompt decision and turned to run. You want to run? It's too late. Yi Xian shook his head. His eyes flashed as he used another trump card. Divine Sword Art. A divine sword condensed in the sky and then slashed down. The sky was split open. Before the young man could react, the divine sword had already descended and cut him in half. He died just like that. The power of the divine sword's secret art was indeed extraordinary. This was a true one-hit kill. This unlucky bastard is the weakest bloodline holder I've ever met. To think that he has a 4th-level bloodline. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. After all, the other party had a 4th-tier immortal bloodline, while he had a double demigod bloodline. However, the divine sword technique that he had just used required a large number of swords to cool down. Otherwise, he would not be able to use it again. A Dao soldier formed from a Dao seed would definitely have more experience than an ordinary Dao soldier. Thinking of this, Yi Xian made use of the God-tier devouring system's forging function and some Dao seeds as materials to create Dao weapons. Then, it would devour them all. The divine sword technique had recovered to 50%. Because my level is low, the things I obtain are more precious. After using the divine sword technique, it will be easier for me to recover. Yi Xian was very satisfied. However, because of the bloodline fusion, his one-hit kill sword and peerless sword pair had disappeared. Therefore, he was preparing to fuse the life sword and death sword together. Ding! The host has obtained the life and death sword. The system notified. This life and death sword had reached the level of a life and death Dao soldier. It was very suitable for Yi Xian to use now. However, the life sword and death sword originally belonged to the Jiang family. Now that Yi Xian had borrowed them and reforged them, it was a little unreasonable. However, this matter was easy to solve. He just needed to give the Jiang family some benefits. The Jiang family's old patriarch, Jiang Lingguang, was only a rank 1 Dao lord. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was already a rank 6 Dao lord. He had even killed a Samsara Dao lord level devourer. Just casually taking something would make the Jiang family overjoyed. Immediately, he tore open the void and returned. Then, he left immediately. Now that he had settled everything, he had a new goal. That was to awaken a new sword servant. Based on the current situation, it seems that the materials for the violet gold sword servant are easier to obtain. Yi Xian thought to himself. The undying sword servant had the ability to not die and was very sharp. As for the violet gold sword servant, it was a type of sword servant with extremely strong defense. It could allow Yi Xian to comprehend the violet gold godly armor skill. The violet gold godly armor had extremely strong defense. Together with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to all energy attacks, it could be said to be almost invincible. The reason why Yi Xian chose to awaken the violet gold sword servant first was because there was a violet gold stone in the memories of the person with the fourth bloodline. It was the material needed to awaken the violet gold sword servant. However, there was only one violet gold stone. Awakening the violet gold sword servant required a large amount of violet gold stone. The person with the fourth bloodline is called Dai Hao. There is a violet gold stone mine in the Dai clan's property. Yi Xian thought to himself. He threw Dai Hao's corpse to the mask of authenticity and then disguised himself as Dai Hao. He immediately rushed to the Dai clan. The mask of authenticity was a good magic treasure. As long as Yi Xian did not make a move himself, no one would be able to tell that he was an imposter. Therefore, he successfully infiltrated the Dai clan. This Dai Hao is actually the young master of the Dai clan. His status is not low. He should be able to enter the violet gold stone mine. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed to the violet gold stone mine. Along the way, the clansmen greeted Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not bother to pay attention to them. He did not want to expose himself. After a while, he arrived at the entrance of the violet gold stone mine behind the Dai clan. This violet gold stone mine has just been opened. There are still many violet gold spiders inside that need to be cleaned up, Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped in. These violet gold spiders were almost all high-level Dao lords. Only a few had reached the Samsara Dao lord level. Given Yi Xian's current strength, there was no need for him to fear them. This place was very suitable for training, so many Dai clan clansmen had formed teams to enter. Yi Xian avoided these Dai clan clansmen and began his training. No one knew how many pieces of purple gold ore there were in the purple gold ore vein. The piece of purple gold ore in Dai Hao's interspatial ring was something he had obtained while wandering around. In order to increase efficiency, Yi Xian had sent his sword god clones out together. However, after half a day, they had only obtained 10 violet gold stones. Only 10 violet gold stones after half a day? I need 10,000 violet gold stones to activate the violet gold sword servant. Wouldn't that take me more than a year? Yi Xian's eyes darkened. If he had to spend a year to create a violet gold sword servant, he might as well just kill him. One had to know that time was very precious to him. A year was enough for him to break through several times. Even becoming an emperor would not be a problem. Thus, he decided to use another method. Although it was a little inappropriate, in this world where the strong were respected, it was not surprising. Chapter 2039. The Dai clan was not a small clan. Thousands of people had entered the purple gold mine alone. Yi Xian had encountered quite a few groups before, so he decided to snatch their Dao seeds. These people did not deserve to die, so his idea was to forcibly absorb them into the devouring space and then use the system to forcibly strip them of their Dao seeds. This way, he could obtain both the purple gold ores and the Dao seeds. It was killing two birds with one stone. In the next few days, Yi Xian frantically searched for the Dai clan members. 3 days later, he had gathered 2,000 purple gold ores. However, there was still a long way to go before he could activate the purple gold sword servant. However, at this moment, clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds entered Yi Xian's ears. He raised his eyebrows in puzzlement. This sound was not the sound of humans fighting against the purple gold spiders. It was the sound of weapons clashing. Yi Xian hurried over to take a look and found that there were indeed two groups of people fighting. One side was the Dai clan members, and the other side, Yi Xian did not know who they were. However, the other side's combat strength was clearly stronger than the Dai clan members. Young clan leader, they are from the Tan clan. Suddenly, someone glanced at Yi Xian and hurriedly shouted. The Tan clan? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly searched his memories. He found that the Tan clan was several times stronger than the Dai clan. Why would they suddenly kill their way into the purple gold mine? Strange. No matter what, Yi Xian still had to act. After all, he was the young clan leader now. The Tan clan members were not bad, but if they were not at the Samsara Dao Lord level, they were still very weak in front of Yi Xian. Very quickly, these people were all taken care of by Yi Xian, including the people from the Dai family. Then Yi Xian performed a soul search on them and found that the Tan clan members were only here to seize the purple gold mine on the orders of their elders. Yi Xian found it strange because the Dai clan and the Tan clan had not interfered with each other before. It was strange that they suddenly came to seize the purple gold mine. After all, even if the entire purple gold mine was given to the Tan family, the Tan family might not be interested in it. However, right at this moment. How, I heard that you were in the purple gold mine. Suddenly, the communication token lit up. The other communication token was with the head of the Dai family, who was also Dai Hao's father. I'm in the purple gold mine. What's wrong? Yi Xian replied, pretending to be Dai Hao. Come out quickly. That Tan family wants to occupy the purple gold mine. I'll send someone to receive you. The Dai family patriarch said. What's going on? Yi Xian asked in confusion. Because he was his son, the Dai family patriarch did not hide anything and directly said, in the depths of the purple gold mine, a piece of purple gold ore was suddenly discovered. I don't know who leaked the news and passed the news to the Tan family. Top-grade purple gold ore. Hearing this, Yi Xian seemed to understand. A piece of purple gold ore was much more valuable than ordinary purple gold Oregon. Most importantly, a piece of purple gold ore would contain a drop of purple gold liquid, which was a material used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. The Tan family had most likely come for this. Is this piece of purple gold ore still in the depths of the purple gold mine? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. That's right. When we first discovered it, for some reason, we were unable to mine it, so we set up a formation. Now that the news has been leaked, we don't want to worry too much about it. Let's just hand over the purple gold mine to the Tan family, lest we get killed. The Dai family patriarch said. But, even if we hand over the purple gold mine, will the Tan family give up so easily? Yi Xian asked curiously. Top-grade violet gold ore was extremely rare, and even high-level Samsara Dao lords would be tempted by it. For this violet gold mine to actually produce a single piece of such ore was already an incredible stroke of luck. It was very likely that the Tan family would seal the news and even exterminate the Dai family. No matter what, we can't resist. Otherwise, the consequences, pfft. Before the patriarch of the Dai clan could finish his sentence, a clear voice rang out, followed by a plop sound. This sound was transmitted to Yi Xian through the transmission token, causing his expression to darken. The Dai family patriarch, who was a Samsara Dao lord, had most likely been killed. The Tan family was really going all out. They were really ruthless in their attacks. However, if it were any other family, they would probably do the same. If a more powerful family than the Tan family found out that they had the purple gold liquid, they would also be killed. However, what did this have to do with Yi Xian? Is the purple gold ore in the depths? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was already interested in this piece of purple gold Oregon. After all, if he could obtain this piece of purple gold ore, it would be enough to activate the purple gold sword servant. He wouldn't need to spend any more time collecting purple gold Oregon immediately. He ordered the 3 sword god clones to gather in the depths. Along the way, he saw many people from the Dai family and the Tan family. Without exception, all of them were dealt with by him. It had to be said that the Tan family was indeed very strong. They were a level higher than the Dai family and had high-level Dao lords everywhere. However, they were all very weak to Yi Xian. Soon, Yi Xian arrived in the depths of the purple gold mine. At this moment, loud sounds came from inside. It should be the Tan family breaking the formation. Their auras aren't weak. I'm afraid there are some Samsara Dao lords. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and then ordered the sword god clones to move out. Who's there? Boom. 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 Soon, the sounds of battle came from inside. The invincible sword god clones fought with a group of Tan family experts. One against many, he wasn't afraid at all. However, what surprised him was that the Tan family wasn't breaking the formation just now. Instead, they were attacking a Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family. This Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family was in charge of guarding this supreme-grade purple gold mine. When the Tan family attacked, he was blocked here, so they fought. I heard that this supreme-grade purple gold mine is quite difficult to collect. If you're not careful, it will shatter, and then the drop of purple gold liquid will dissipate into the world. Yi Xian thought to himself. If such a treasure disappeared, no matter who it was, they would cry to death. Therefore, the Dai family didn't collect it and had been thinking of a way. However, he decided to observe the situation first. After all, the people inside were Samsara Dao lords. It would be much more convenient to let them fight first, and then he would make a move after they were done. Rumble. The battle inside was very intense. Yi Xian waited outside. After a while, the battle finally came to an end. Immediately, Yi Xian wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and entered. Who's there? A loud roar came. Yi Xian, who wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and was invisible, was discovered. Since that was the case, then kill. Chapter 2040. In just an instant, all of the Tan clan members were killed, with the exception of the Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian was now a rank 7 Dao Lord, and he was no longer afraid of facing a Samsara Dao Lord. However, he was afraid that his opponent would destroy the supreme-grade violet gold ore. After all, he was no longer able to use temporal reversal. Once the ore was destroyed, the drop of violet gold liquid within it would dissipate into the world. That would be too wasteful. Die. The Tan clan expert immediately charged towards the sword god clone and the others. On the other side, Yi Xian, who was wearing the void spirit godly armor, stealthily snuck into the formation and carefully inspected it. Unfortunately, he did not find the supreme-grade violet gold ore, nor did he find it in the other corpses' interspatial rings. It seemed that the Samsara Dao Lord had taken it away. Since that was the case, it was easy to deal with. He attacked directly. Instantly, the Samsara Dao Lord was attacked from all directions and was heavily injured. Go. The Tan clan Samsara Dao Lord's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and charged out of the formation. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Together with the sword god clone, he executed the assassin's eye and flashed behind the enemy. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly shot out and inserted itself between the two. Boom! A wave of energy swept out, and Yi Xian and the sword god clone's attacks were both blocked. Who? Yi Xian hurriedly took a look. The newcomer was very unfamiliar. It seemed to be someone from the Tan clan. However, this newcomer had most likely reached the level of a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord. You go. I'll stop him. The newcomer shouted and attacked Yi Xian. Aren't you just a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly used a trump card. The War God Mount. Each time he used the War God Mount, what he summoned was different. Last time, Yi Xian had summoned a divine golden dragon. This time, however, he summoned a divine golden saber-toothed tiger. The dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire violet gold mine, covering the violet gold light. A sacred aura spread out, shocking the rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord into quickly retreating. Swish! The golden saber-toothed tiger transformed into a streak of golden light that shot straight towards the second-rank Samsara Dao Lord. Scram! The man shouted angrily. He raised his hand and struck the golden saber-toothed tiger, but it did not cause any damage to the golden saber-toothed tiger. Poochie! With a crunching sound, the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord's shoulder was bitten off by the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord, causing blood to spurt out everywhere. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar quickly followed up as they launched a pincer attack. A short while later, the second-rank Samsara Dao Lord's head was pierced through by the golden saber-toothed tiger's fangs and he perished. Next, Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse, then ordered the golden saber-toothed tiger to chase after the fleeing Samsara Dao Lord. After a while, the golden saber-toothed tiger dragged the corpse back. Unfortunately, to Yi Xian's disappointment, there was no supreme-grade purple gold ore in their interspatial rings. Strange. Yi Xian frowned. He hurriedly performed a soul search on everyone. Afterwards, he found out that the supreme-grade purple gold ore had already shattered during the battle between the Dai clan and the Tan clan. When the Samsara Dao Lord of the Dai clan who was guarding the supreme-grade violet gold stone found out that the clan leader had perished, he chose to destroy the stone as well as himself. He destroyed the stone, and the drop of violet gold liquid disappeared from the world as well. The supreme-grade purple gold ore was an excellent material for forging pseudo-emperor artifacts. It was priceless. Although Yi Xian felt that it was a pity, it was not something he needed. He hurriedly returned and found the shattered supreme-grade purple gold ore again. This was what he needed. During the battle just now, he had not noticed that he had confused the supreme-grade purple gold ore with the ordinary purple gold ore again. Now, he had finally obtained it. Ding! Host has activated the purple gold swordsman. A system notification rang out. After devouring the supreme-grade purple gold ore fragment, Yi Xian finally activated the purple gold swordsman. He immediately summoned the purple gold swordsman. The purple gold swordsman was dressed in purple battle armor and wielded a large sword. It looked extremely mighty. After activating the purple gold swordsman, Yi Xian also learned a new skill called the purple gold godly armor. The purple gold godly armor had extremely strong defensive abilities. When paired with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to energy attacks, even mid-level Samsara Dao Lords might not be able to pose a threat to Yi Xian. The purple gold swordsman will produce a supreme-grade purple gold ore every once in a while. Will the quality of the supreme-grade purple gold ore increase with my cultivation level? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly sent the purple gold swordsman into the devouring space. Based on the current rate of the devouring space, it would produce a supreme-grade purple gold ore every 10 days. It was very good. However, this supreme-grade purple gold ore was different from the supreme-grade purple gold ore that was naturally formed. It did not contain the purple gold ore that was used to forge pseudo-emperor artifacts. Even so, Yi Xian was overjoyed. TSK TSK TSK. When the time comes, I'll be able to use this supreme-grade purple gold ore to deceive everyone. I'll definitely be able to make a huge profit. Yi Xian was overjoyed. However, there was still one more thing that he had to do. Although the Dai clan had nothing to do with him, it was because of them that he had activated the purple gold swordsman. The Dai clan had most likely been destroyed by the Tan clan by now. He had to avenge them. That rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord from earlier was actually the one who had killed the Dai clan head. Now that he was dead, there was nothing to fear from the others. Soon, this supreme grade purple gold ore was cleaned up by Yi Xian and the others. The Dai clan's members were all taken in by Yi Xian. As for the Tan clan's members, they were all killed by Yi Xian. By the time Yi Xian left the supreme grade purple gold ore and arrived at the Dai clan's residence, he discovered that the Tan clan's experts had already retreated. Did they hear about the supreme grade purple gold ore shattering? Or did they hear about the rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord dying in the supreme grade purple gold ore? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, this was no longer important. He would take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Tan clan. But before that, he had to deal with the Dai clan first. After I devoured that rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord's Dao seed, I broke through to become a rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord. Even my divine sword art has been restored. I don't need to do anything to destroy the Tan clan. Yi Xian thought to himself as he sent his sword god clone to take action. 3 days later, the sword god clone arrived at the Tan clan's residence and summoned the purple gold swordsman, Black Horn, and the old tree. Instantly, a storm of blood broke out in the Tan clan's residence. The 2 remaining rank 2 Samsara Dao Lords were completely unable to stop it and both died tragically. In the end, the Tan clan was also sucked into Yi Xian's devouring space. This time, however, Yi Xian's true body did not take action. Without using any of my trump cards, the purple gold swordsman is actually slightly stronger than the sword god clone, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the purple gold swordsman was merely a golem, while the sword god clone was far stronger. Chapter 2041. After this incident, Yi Xian had obtained a large number of Dao seeds. Currently, his devouring Dao seed had reached mid-mastery and was not far from late mastery. Once he reached late mastery, he would be able to break through to become a 9th rank Dao Lord. At that time, he would only need to gather a late mastery Dao seed to become a Samsara Dao Lord. As for the Samsara Dao seed, it was only at early mastery. Thus, Yi Xian was preparing to purchase some life-type and death-type treasures to force his way to the Saint Dao level. This required a certain amount of wealth. After all, Yi Xian needed more experience to level up than others. He would definitely need to spend a lot. However, now that Yi Xian had the violet gold swordsman, he had the capital to do so. Yi Xian immediately headed to a large city. In a few days, the violet gold swordsman would be able to produce a supreme grade violet gold ore. When that time came, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. After 10 days of traveling, Yi Xian finally arrived at a large city. At this time, there was already a supreme grade violet gold ore in his devouring dimension. This supreme grade violet gold ore was even better than the one in the violet gold ore vein. The only difference was that the one in the violet gold ore vein was naturally produced and contained a drop of violet gold liquid. However, the supreme grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman was completely empty. However, this supreme grade violet gold ore was not something that ordinary people could break open. Yi Xian estimated that no one would be able to see through this supreme grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman. After all, no one had heard of any other supreme grade violet gold ore other than the ore vein. Immediately, Yi Xian had the sword god's avatar take action and entrust it to the auction house. When this news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. All the great clans were pooling their money and preparing to fight for this supreme grade violet gold ore. First of all, supreme grade violet gold ore would contain a drop of violet gold liquid. Just the fact that a supreme grade violet gold ore was already tempting enough. It could allow one to comprehend the Tao of violet gold of the 5 elements. The Tao of violet gold was of a higher level than the Tao of pure gold. It was the Tao with the strongest defense among the 9 sacred Taos. As for the violet gold liquid, it was a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. As long as one could obtain it, they would definitely be able to earn 10 or even 20 times the original price. The auction house had spent a lot of money to advertise for this supreme grade violet gold ore. A few days later, a huge auction was held in the city. After some people heard about this, even if they didn't buy anything, they still prepared to go in and take a look. This was because they knew that this time, there would definitely be a big force bidding, so they just treated it as spending money to watch a good show. At this moment, the sword god avatar was already watching from a private room. Soon, the auction began, but this time, it was different from the previous ones. This time, there was only one item up for auction, and that was the purple gold stone of the highest quality, of S2. I heard that the Tao of violet gold is extremely powerful. If one can successfully comprehend it, they'll be able to block the attacks of experts 1 or 2 levels higher. That violet gold liquid is even better. It's a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. You can only come across it by chance. The auction house was in an uproar. The various great clans all had their eyes on the supreme grade violet gold ore and began to bid. The price began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a level that no one would have expected. That was enough to create a mid-level Samsara Dao Lord. However, the violet gold liquid was something that even high-level Samsara Dao Lords coveted. A single drop could be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. Once someone obtained a pseudo-thearch artifact, they would be virtually invincible among those of the same level. No one would be able to withstand a single blow from them. The sword god's clone sat in the private room, listening to the continuous bidding around him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I'm rich. I'm going to make a killing this time. Yi Xian's true body was overjoyed. This was already enough for him to break through to become a Samsara Dao Lord. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the violet gold sword servants would be able to produce a supreme grade violet gold ore every 10 days. This way, he would be able to put on a good show once more. At this moment, the various great clans suddenly slowed down. This was because they were about to run out of funds. Now, it was time to see who would win. These clans and powers began to work together in private. Both sides would pool their funds and obtain the supreme grade violet gold ore before splitting it. This process lasted for several minutes. In the end, the supreme grade violet gold ore fell into the hands of the 5 allied powers. The final bid was made using all of their assets. After deducting the auction fee, all of this fell into Yi Xian's pocket. Awesome! Not long after, the auctioneer handed over the proceeds to Yi Xian. The auction finally came to an end. However, Yi Xian didn't leave just like that. Instead, he stayed in the auction house and began to collect as much as he could. All of the Dao seeds in the auction house were purchased by Yi Xian. Not only that, but he also purchased a large number of natural treasures that could improve his Samsara Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 9th grade Dao Lord. Ding! His Dao of Devour has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding! His Dao of Life and Death has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian had broken through in succession. His Dao of Devour and Dao of Life and Death had been upgraded to the Saint Dao level by Yi Xian. Apart from that, Yi Xian had also upgraded his Dao of Raging Inferno and Dao of Gale. Thus, Yi Xian was currently comprehending several Saint Daos, which had greatly increased his strength. If he had only upgraded 2 of his Daos to the Saint Dao level, he might have been able to break through and become a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. However, if he upgraded several Daos at the same time, then even a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord would be stronger than a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. After the matter was settled, Yi Xian left the auction house. As expected, after he left, he discovered that someone was following him. Those who had participated in the auction earlier weren't small powers. Although they couldn't obtain that supreme grade violet gold ore, they could easily find out who had put it up for auction. After all, Yi Xian had just obtained a large amount of natural treasures. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Moreover, there were also people from the auction house among the people who had been following Yi Xian. Come, let me wipe you all out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He ordered his sword god clone to leave the city immediately. As for those who had been following him, they also left the city without exception. These people didn't hold back. After exchanging glances, they actually began to discuss who would get the yin and yang ring. The sword god clone looked at these people and smirked. "Everyone, if you don't make a move, I'm leaving." Hearing this, these people found it strange. Yi Xian was only one person. Even the person with the lowest cultivation level among them was higher than Yi Xian. Why was Yi Xian so calm? "Kid, hand over the yin and yang ring obediently, and I can let you live," an old man said slowly. Chapter 2042. If you turn around and leave now, I can spare your lives. Yi Xian mimicked the tone of the other party. "You've got guts." The old man didn't say anything else. But right at this moment, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and charged at Yi Xian. "Bastard." The others cursed and charged at Yi Xian as well. An ordinary person would have wet their pants in the face of such a force. One had to know that these nearly 100 people were all Samsara Dao Lords, and the strongest was a rank 4 Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian was a mere rank 1 Samsara Dao Lord. It was already good enough that he could stand firm. The show is finally about to begin. The sword god's clone's eyes flashed. Since these people were here to rob him, there was no need to show mercy. One word, kill. In the next moment, the violet gold sword attendant, Blackhorn, and the old tree all appeared. In addition, the war god's mount appeared. The first and second times, Yi Xian summoned the divine golden dragon and the divine golden saber-toothed tiger respectively. He was extremely lucky, but this time, he only summoned an ordinary thunder mammoth. However, this thunder mammoth's strength was comparable to a rank 3 Samsara Dao Lord. Of course, the strongest was naturally the sword god's clone. With the divine sword seal, he directly lowered the strength of everyone present. Non-sword cultivators were weakened by 30%, while sword cultivators were weakened by 10%. Coupled with his invincible physique, he didn't fear anyone's attacks at all. In an instant, more than half of the people who had come to rob Yi Xian died. How can this be? The old man who had said that he would spare Yi Xian was shocked. Half of his people had died in the first wave of attacks, leaving only him and 2 others. He immediately understood that Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He quickly led his people away. "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, a roar fell into his ears. At some point, the sword god's clone had appeared behind him. After breaking through to become a Samsara Dao Lord, Yi Xian, who had the Samsara Dao Lord and the Devouring Dao Lord, was extremely powerful. With just one sword strike, the old man was sent flying. Furthermore, in the direction where the old man was sent flying, there was already a huge monster guarding it. Boom! The thunder mammoth stomped down, heavily injuring the old man. Then, the black horn spat out a mouthful of saliva, killing him. There was no suspense in this battle anymore. Within a few seconds, the remaining people were all dealt with. No one survived. In the distance, the people in the city couldn't help but gulp as they watched the battle. As it turned out, Yi Xian had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. No wonder he hadn't left. It turned out that he was planning to counterattack. What a joke. How could a person who could take out a piece of top-quality purple gold and not hide it be an ordinary person? What made Yi Xian happy was that these people were all from the powers that were participating in the auction. They had a lot of money on them. Yi Xian had made another huge profit. He immediately returned to the auction house, spent all of his money, and broke through to become a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord. At the same time, he also took the entire city. The city lord, who was only a rank 5 Samsara Dao Lord, couldn't resist Yi Xian's breakthrough at all and was sucked into the devouring space. Not only that, but he also took back that piece of top-quality purple gold. Let's go. The sword god clone broke through the void and returned to Yi Xian's side. Then, he continued on his journey. In the following period of time, Yi Xian used this method to lure others to commit crimes. Then, he would take action to suppress them. In less than a month, he broke through to become a rank 4 Samsara Dao Lord. At the same time, he also obtained 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold. Today, he came to another big city, but this time, it was much bigger than before. The city lord was a rank 9 Samsara Dao lord. Just like before, he used the purple gold rock to fish, but he didn't expect that this time, he would actually fish up the city lord. At this time, the city lord was leading experts to chase after Yi Xian. The city lord of Jade Tripod City is a rank 9 Samsara Dao lord. He broke through many years ago and is already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. His strength is not to be underestimated. As for the others, they are nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had already fought with the city lord. However, even when he gathered everyone to attack the city lord, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Although he still had a final trump card, the divine sword art, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could slash this peak rank 9 Samsara Dao lord. Let alone 100%, he didn't even have 20% confidence. Since this didn't work, he would use other methods. Old man, you really want these 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold? The sword god avatar suddenly stopped and turned around to ask. Hand over the items and I'll spare your life. The city lord of Jade Tripod City shouted angrily from behind. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, it's not impossible for me to hand them over. However, you have to take my sword first. Hearing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned and said in shock, do you think that your sword can kill me? Whether it can or not, we'll only know after we try. I'm just asking if you dare. Yi Xian said. Alright, it's just a sword. Come on. The city lord of Jade Tripod City snorted. The Yi Xian in front of him was only a rank 5 Samsara Dao lord. As someone who was half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, how could he be afraid? However, Yi Xian's sword was not so easy to take. You have guts. I hope you won't be scared out of your wits. Yi Xian snorted coldly. He gripped the sword of life and death tightly in his hand and slashed down fiercely. This sword was just an illusion. The real attack was the divine sword that condensed above his head. The divine sword art had the effect of killing all enemies in an instant. Once it was used, even the sky would be split open. When the city lord of Jade Tripod City saw this move, his heart trembled. However, when he looked at the split open sky, he suddenly had a realization. Suddenly, his aura skyrocketed. Rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord? No. At this moment, he had broken through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What made him break through was Yi Xian's move. Blessed by the heavens, half-step Imperial Emperor. The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes. He did not expect that he, who had been stuck at the rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord realm for countless years, would break through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm today. What a surprise. A Samsara Dao Lord had to raise their 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery before they could plant a Dao fruit. Countless years ago, he had already raised his 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery, so he was only 1 step away from becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. This time, thanks to Yi Xian's help, his 3 Dao seeds had fused and turned into a Dao fruit, finally becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. Once he broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, he would have a grade 1 heavenly mandate and could temporarily borrow the power of the heavens. The city lord of Jade Tripod City waved his hand and a golden palm slapped out, instantly slapping the divine sword away. Boom! Chapter 2043 F***CK Yi Xian cursed. He did not expect Yi Xian to go back on his words. Yi Xian said that he would take one move from him. At the same time, he also felt the change in Yi Xian's aura. Strong. So strong that it made his heart palpitate. This is a half-step Imperial Emperor? Yi Xian was shocked. Previously, he was the one who made a breakthrough in battle and defeated his enemies. But now, someone actually made a breakthrough in battle with him. This was troublesome. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope to kill all his enemies. But with the breakthrough of the Jade Tripod City Lord, this glimmer of hope was destroyed. Kid, I don't need to take this move from you anymore. The Jade Tripod City Lord laughed. He looked calm, but Yi Xian's move just now could even break through the fourth heaven. Its power was probably at the half-step Imperial Emperor level. Even if he made a breakthrough, he would not dare to take that move. City Lord, you made a breakthrough? At the side, the experts of the Jade Tripod City Lord Manor were shocked. The Jade Tripod City Lord was already a peak fourth heaven expert. Now that he had made a breakthrough, there was no one who could match him. Besides, it was really easy for him to take down Yi Xian as a half-step Imperial Emperor. So what if I made a breakthrough? You still can't do anything to me. Yi Xian said coldly. Is that so? The Jade Tripod City Lord narrowed his eyes and instantly turned into a stream of light, arriving in front of Yi Xian. His speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Before Yi Xian could react, the Jade Tripod City Lord was already standing in front of him, grabbing Yi Xian's shoulder. Bang! An attack containing the power of destiny landed on the sword god avatar. However, what surprised the Jade Tripod City Lord was that the sword god avatar remained unscathed. How is this possible? The Jade Tripod City Lord was shocked. There was a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and half-step Imperial Emperors. Once one made a breakthrough, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. They would not be threatened by Samsara Dao Lords. The power of that attack just now was at least dozens of times stronger than before. However, Yi Xian actually received it. What was this body made of? I told you, you can't hurt me. The sword god's doppelganger continued. So what? I got what I wanted. The city lord of Jade Tripod City immediately revealed a smile. He opened his right hand, revealing an interspatial ring in his palm. This interspatial ring was originally worn by the sword god's doppelganger. Really? The sword god avatar laughed as well. In the next moment, the Jade Tripod City governor's smile came to an abrupt halt. He probed and found that the interspatial ring was empty. There was not a single strand of hair in it. Where is it? The Jade Tripod City's city lord could not help but ask. Are you looking for this? With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 3 top-grade purple gold ores. After stabilizing himself, he put them away and said, I only wear them for fun. I don't use them to store things. What a brilliant move. No wonder you are so fearless. The city lord of Jade Tripod City had to admit that Yi Xian was the most difficult person he had ever met. Previously, if you had taken my sword, would have given you the 3 top-grade purple gold ores. However, you went back on your words. You have disappointed me. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The city lord's face turned cold when he heard this. He said, I don't believe that I can't do anything to you as a half-step Imperial Emperor. In an instant, he charged over and beat Yi Xian like a sandbag. Unfortunately, it was useless. After some time, the city lord of Jade Tripod City stopped. I have broken through to half-step Imperial Emperor and can use the power of the heavens. However, I still can't hurt him. The city lord of Jade Tripod City thought to himself, even if I consolidate my realm and become proficient in using the heavens, I'm afraid the result will be the same. Who is this guy? City lord, are we not fighting anymore? The sword god's doppelganger in the distance got up from the ground and said, if not, I'm leaving. Wait. The city lord of Jade Tripod City called out to Yi Xian. What's wrong? The sword god's doppelganger turned around. Since I can't hurt you, let's make a deal. The city lord of Jade Tripod City said, I'll buy your 3 top-grade purple gold ores. Oh, okay. The sword god's doppelganger grinned and said, 3 top-grade purple gold ores in exchange for your interspatial rings. The city lord of Jade Tripod City hesitated for a moment before taking the interspatial rings of the others. I'll give you 1 top-grade purple gold ore first. Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he threw a top-grade purple gold stone over. Seeing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City said in surprise, "You're giving it to me just like that? Huh, you can run away, but you can't run away. Do you still want your Jade Tripod City?" Yi Xian said with a smile. The city lord of Jade Tripod City was now a half-step imperial emperor. However, his Jade Tripod City only had 8th grade Samsara Dao Lord experts. If Yi Xian charged over, it would be a devastating blow. At that time, the city lord mansion would be in danger. This sentence stunned the city lord of Jade Tripod City. He narrowed his eyes and threw the interspatial rings over. Yi Xian caught the interspatial rings and checked them. There were indeed many good things inside, just enough for him to break through to become a 6th grade Samsara Dao Lord. "You broke through?" The city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned. He was able to break through on the spot because of Yi Xian's divine sword art. But now, Yi Xian had broken through. What was going on? However, he did not care because even if Yi Xian broke through to become a 9th grade Samsara Dao Lord, he would not be a match for him. A half-step imperial emperor who could use heavenly mandate was not someone a Samsara Dao Lord could defeat. Where are the other 2 top-grade purple gold ores? The city lord of Jade Tripod City asked. "Here they are." Yi Xian took out the 2 top-grade purple gold ores and said with a smile, "Originally, I wanted to give them to you. But you beat me so badly just now. So, these 2 top-grade purple gold ores are my compensation." "You." The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes and was about to take away the top-grade purple gold ores in Yi Xian's hands. But in the next moment, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. No, to be precise, the sword god's clone had disappeared and was taken back by Yi Xian, who was far away in the horizon. At the same time, another sentence spread. "City lord of Jade Tripod City, I will come back for this top-grade purple gold ore. Please take good care of it." The city lord of Jade Tripod City was a half-step imperial emperor. With Yi Xian's current level, he would not be able to fight him. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had 2 top-grade purple gold ores. This was enough for him. Although 3 top-grade purple gold ores were very tempting, just one was enough to make people commit crimes. Yi Xian, remember this hatred in your heart. When you are strong enough in the future, you will come back for revenge. Chapter 2044. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at a 4th heaven city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City. However, after entering the city, he heard something. Have you heard? The Jade Tripod City Lord in the north has been suppressed? That can't be. That's a rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord expert. It's said that he's already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord? A few days ago, the Jade Tripod City Lord broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm and announced it to the entire city. Just yesterday, an expert suddenly appeared and suppressed the Jade Tripod City Lord, taking control of the city. What? Half-step Imperial Emperor? That's right. It seems to have started because of a supreme-grade purple gold ore. After the Jade Tripod City Lord was defeated, his supreme-grade purple gold ore was taken by the other party. At the same time, the other party announced to the world that he was buying purple gold ores and supreme-grade purple gold ores in bulk. If anyone didn't and was exposed, they would be killed without mercy. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Could he be from the 5th heaven? He must be. This was the conversation that Yi Xian heard after entering the city. I didn't expect the Jade Tripod City Lord to be defeated. My supreme-grade purple gold ore also fell into the other party's hands. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, not taking this matter to heart. Using the method of fishing, he took this city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City into his pocket and left again. In the following period of time, Yi Xian continued to rush forward, breaking through from rank 6 Samsara Dao Lord to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord. However, not long after he broke through to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord, ding! The target of the death pursuit order is dead. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In the battle with the Jade Tripod City Lord, he had marked everyone, but the others were all small fries, so he withdrew the death pursuit order and only marked the Jade Tripod City Lord. Now, the target of the death pursuit order was the Jade Tripod City Lord. Although the Jade Tripod City Lord had fought with him and Yi Xian had ended in defeat, Yi Xian still wanted to get back at him. Now, the Jade Tripod City Lord was dead, and the supreme grade purple gold ore had fallen into the hands of others. This was unacceptable. Immediately, Yi Xian tore through the void and returned to Jade Tripod City. At this moment, in Jade Tripod City, there was a purple pillar of light that pierced through the clouds. It was very eye-catching. Yi Xian let the sword god avatar enter the city and immediately felt a powerful aura. It seemed that this was the expert from the fifth layer of heaven, the murderer of the Jade Tripod City Lord. The sword god doppelganger immediately moved out to investigate. By the time he arrived at the city lord's estate, he saw quite a few people lined up outside. None of them had low levels of cultivation. They were all at least rank 7 Samsara Dao lords. They were all at the purple gold rock. Strange. Why would a half-step sovereign emperor collect so many purple gold ores? Yi Xian was a little confused. A half-step sovereign emperor could almost forge a quasi-emperor weapon. It was one thing for him to collect supreme-grade purple gold ores, but why would he need these purple gold ores that were used to forge Samsara Dao lords? Yi Xian did not care so much. He directly let the sword god doppelganger shout, "I have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. How much are they worth?" As soon as these words were said, everyone present stopped what they were doing and was stunned. 1 supreme-grade purple gold ore was priceless. How much would 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores be worth? Most likely, no one present would be able to calculate it. In the city lord's estate, a young man immediately opened his eyes and rushed out when he heard this. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the sword god doppelganger. He said in shock, "You have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores?" "That's right. I want to exchange all of them for Dao seeds, Samsara Dao seeds, and Inferno Dao seeds for cultivation." The sword god doppelganger nodded. To be able to comprehend the Dao of life and death, you can be considered to have some ability. "All right, these things are yours." The young man did not waste any time. He waved his hand and took out an interspatial ring. Then, he took out something from his own interspatial ring. Then, he threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian could not take out 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he would probably die an unnatural death. Facing a half-step imperial emperor, no Samsara Dao lord dared to do so. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring, and his eyes lit up. The things inside were enough for him to break through to the peak of the 9th stage Samsara Dao lord. He immediately swallowed it, and a Dao fruit condensed in his body. His aura skyrocketed. Ding! Host has broken through to the 9th stage Samsara Dao lord. If you want to continue breaking through, please plunder the heavenly fate of others. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Plunder? Heavenly fate? Yi Xian was very unfamiliar with the half-step imperial emperor realm because there were not many of them in the 4th heaven. However, there was a half-step imperial emperor in front of him. As long as he killed him, everything would be clear. The youth was a little surprised. He could not understand how Yi Xian could break through without batting an eyelid. However, he did not care so much. What he cared about was the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. As long as he had these 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he could go back and report on his mission. In fact, he could even get some rewards. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores are here. Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores over. Of the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, 2 were from before, while the other 3 were from the purple gold sword attendants. Seeing this, the youth's eyes lit up. He did not expect Yi Xian to really have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. Where did you get these 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores? The youth could not help but ask. Purple gold ores were common, but there might not even be one supreme-grade purple gold ore in a million purple gold ore veins. However, Yi Xian actually had 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. It was really strange. I got them from killing someone on the way, Yi Xian replied. Not bad. You did well. The youth was very satisfied. At the same time, his gaze landed on Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Who knew, there might be more inside. However, just as he was thinking about Yi Xian's interspatial ring, Yi Xian was also thinking about him. I heard that you defeated the Jade Tripod City's city lord? Yi Xian asked. That guy didn't do his job well, so I killed him, the youth said coldly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, that means that the supreme-grade purple gold ore in his hand is also in your hands? That's right. Why? The youth was slightly surprised. If it were anyone else who dared to speak to him in such a tone, they would have died long ago. However, Yi Xian had given him 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, so he was in a good mood. You may not know, but that supreme-grade purple gold ore is also mine, so please return it. Yi Xian said slowly. Return supreme-grade purple gold ore. Hearing this, the youth was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yi Xian to dare ask him to return something. Chapter 2045. Ha 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 ha. The young man suddenly laughed out loud. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Yi Xian dared to say this because he had already broken through to become a 9th-grade Samsara Dao Lord. In addition, he had the sword god's clone, so he was fearless. It seems that you won't hand it over. If that's the case, I'll take it myself. The sword god's clone shouted angrily. He took out his weapon and slashed at the young man. A sharp sword chi tore through the air and landed on the young man, but it was dispersed by the golden light on the young man's body. How funny. The heavenly Tao exists before the Tao. You actually used the Tao to attack me. You really don't know what you're talking about. The young man sneered. Be it half-step imperial emperors, or even eternal emperors, they all used the same method. That was the power of the heavens, also known as the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven could greatly increase one's lifespan. At the same time, the more mandates one had, the faster one's cultivation would be. Therefore, this realm was very cruel. If there was a disagreement, they would kill and take the mandate of heaven. I don't believe that I can't break through your defense. Yi Xian widened his eyes and attacked again. In addition, the old tree, Black Horn, and the violet gold swordsman all appeared. How dare you attack me like an ant? You're courting death. The young man was enraged. With a raise of his hand, he killed Black Horn and the others. Not only that, but even the violet gold swordsmen were defeated. Fortunately, the sword god's clone was invincible, so he was not injured at all. I don't believe that I can't exhaust you to death. Yi Xian widened his eyes and summoned the old tree and Black Horn again. As for the violet gold swordsmen, they could not be summoned again today because they were dead. This battle was fought without warning, causing the crowd below to be at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, both sides were fighting in the air. Otherwise, the entire Jade Tripod City would have been destroyed. The sword god's clone kept summoning the old tree and Black Horn to attack, which surprised the young man. Seeing that his side had no advantage at all, Yi Xian's main body, who was far away in the sky, made a decision. Of it. At that moment, he broke through the void and descended personally. The moment he appeared, the divine sword seal was activated by him. The young man was not a sword cultivator. After being affected by the divine sword seal, his combat power dropped by 30%. However, this level of power was still not something that Samsara Dao Lords could compare to. Fortunately, the Void Spirit Divine Armor on Yi Xian's body could withstand attacks from the heavens. Who would have thought that Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form has already surpassed the heavens? Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. However, it would not be so easy to kill this young man. Looks like I have to pay a price. Come, War God Tyrant Body. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and the saint energy in his body suddenly went berserk, and then quickly bombarded his own body. The war god tyrant body of the war god had two effects. One was rapid recovery, and the other was that the more severe one's injuries were, the stronger one would be. Back then, when he was fighting with the Jade Tripod City's city lord, he had actually used it before. However, he was still no match for him. However, his injuries that day were only about half healed. Today, he was going to put himself in a state of near death. That way, he would be able to unleash extremely powerful combat power. In an instant, Yi Xian's combat power skyrocketed, far surpassing the sword god's clone. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sword light flashed, and Yi Xian began to attack wildly. Although he had suppressed the recovery effect of his bloodline, he had only suppressed the recovery effect. His saint energy could still continuously recover. On the other hand, the young man's saint energy was constantly decreasing. Heavenly mandate attacks were powerful, but like the Tao, they required the support of saint energy. Once saint energy was depleted, he would not be much stronger than a samsara Tao lord. This time, Yi Xian chose to use a method of attrition. With the ethereal armor, his opponent could not hurt him. Rumble. A series of loud sounds rang out in the sky above Jade Tripod City. Afraid of being affected, the people in the city below had already retreated from the city, far away from this troublesome place. Kid, what kind of armor is that? It can actually block heavenly mandate attacks? The young man could not help but ask. Beat me and you'll know. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What about them? The young man's gaze fell on the three sword gods' clones. The sword god's clone, the old tree, and Black Horn. One was invincible, while the other two could revive infinitely. He could not kill them even if he beat them. This made the young man somewhat tired. It's the same. Beat me and I'll tell you. Yi Xian snorted. When the young man heard this, his expression darkened. If that's the case, then take one of my attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. The young man gathered all of his heavenly mandate into his right fist, then suddenly leaped into the air and smashed down. A golden fist smashed towards Yi Xian. You came just in time. Die. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He flashed behind his opponent and used his trump card. Divine Sword Art. A divine sword materialized and fell instantly. In the previous battle, Yi Xian had not used his Eye of Assassination. He had been waiting for this moment. Their attacks were completely ineffective against the young man. Every attack that landed on the young man was blocked by his heavenly mandate. However, this time, Yi Xian's attack was not ordinary. It was an insta-kill technique, divine sword art. What? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. This divine sword art was clearly stronger than his full power attack. How was this possible? Was this an attack that a 9th stage Samsara Tao Lord could produce? Impossible. Before the young man could react, he was struck by the divine sword and was instantly cut in half. He died on the spot. The divine sword art had the effect of insta-killing. However, even if it did not, its power was enough to deal with the young man. Of course, if Yi Xian had not been heavily injured and increased his strength, this attack would not have hit the young man. This was because every time Yi Xian used the divine sword art, he had to use his own sword to hack. The divine sword's hacking speed was the same as his. Since the immortal slaying bloodline was gone, Yi Xian's mind no longer rang with the notification that he had gained killing intent. He immediately put away the young man's corpse. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, as well as the one in the hands of the Jade Tripod City Lord, all fell into Yi Xian's hands. In addition, there was a large amount of natural treasures in the young man's yin and yang ring. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly noticed a golden ball of light in the air. He quickly searched the young man's memories and found that this golden ball of light was the so-called heavenly mandate. Heavenly mandate could be understood as luck. The stronger one's heavenly mandate was, the more favor they would receive from the heavens. The higher one's heavenly mandate was, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. The longer one's lifespan, the higher the chances of encountering fortuitous encounters. In short, there were many benefits. Chapter 2046. There were a total of 99 ranks in the heavenly fate realm. Every 33 ranks represented a great realm. From the first grade to the 33rd rank heavenly fate realm, they were all half-step imperial emperors. From the 34th to the 66th rank heavenly fate realm, they were true imperial emperors. If one had the 67th rank heavenly fate realm, they would enter the eternal emperor realm. Yi Xian quickly devoured the ball of heavenly fate realm. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has devoured the 3rd grade heavenly fate realm, breaking through to the 1st grade half-step imperial emperor realm. He had indeed broken through to the next realm. Now, Yi Xian was also someone who was blessed by the heavens. However, the golden ball of light in Yi Xian's body was smaller than the youth's. After all, he had seized the heavenly fate realm of others and couldn't completely refine it. In other words, even if Yi Xian obtained the 99th rank heavenly fate realm, he wouldn't be able to break through to the 9th grade eternal emperor realm. However, he knew that he would definitely be able to reach that realm. Just now, he had searched the youth's memories. At this moment, he already knew why the youth wanted to buy a large amount of purple gold stones and supreme grade purple gold stones. This youth came from a force called the Crimson Sun sect in the 5th layer of heaven. They had previously discovered a ruin, but that ruin was full of danger. It was filled with purple gold beasts. Only those who wore purple gold armor would not be attacked by the beasts. It was said that this ruin was left behind by a suspected Imperial Emperor realm expert. There was probably an inheritance that would make people jealous. Those who wear purple gold armor will be mistaken as one of their kind by the beasts, but there is also a possibility of being exposed. Purple gold armor is divided into ordinary purple gold armor and supreme grade purple gold armor. The supreme grade purple gold armor is not easy to be discovered. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He didn't know if he would be attacked if he entered that ruin. He had already activated the purple gold sword servant and had a set of purple gold divine armor. This set of purple gold divine armor was definitely stronger than the supreme grade purple gold armor. He didn't know if he would be exposed if he wore this set of purple gold divine armor. However, Yi Xian liked this kind of ruin because he had the sword god clone. Once he obtained the inheritance, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This purple gold ruin was the cave residence of a suspected Imperial Emperor realm expert. There were definitely a lot of good things in it. Who knows, there might even be an enormous heaven's will. As long as he obtained the mandate of heaven, Yi Xian's strength would soar once again. Although it was impossible for him to directly break through to Sovereign Emperor, it should not be a problem for him to become a high-ranked half-step Sovereign Emperor. Now that I've become a half-step Sovereign Emperor, I have the strength to break through to the 4th heaven. I can directly go to the 5th heaven. With that in mind, Yi Xian used his heavenly mandate power to break through the 4th layer of heaven. Then, he entered it and flew towards the 5th layer of heaven. Of the 9 heavens, each was heavier than the last. The first was the smallest, while the 9th was the largest. Yi Xian went from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven, which happened to be the territory of the Crimson Sun sect. I've heard that the 5th layer of heaven is much crueler than the 4th layer of heaven. Even if there is no conflict of interest, there is still the possibility of swords and knives being used against one another. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After all, half-step sovereign emperors could steal the mandate of heaven from others to increase their strength. If they had the chance, they would definitely take action. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, he would need a lot of mandate of heaven to break through. However, he did not plan to enter the Crimson Sun sect. Instead, he flew in a certain direction. That was where the purple gold ruin was located. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many people, all of whom were first-grade half-step sovereign emperors. When they saw that Yi Xian was alone, they wanted to kill him and steal his mandate of heaven. Unexpectedly, they were all killed by Yi Xian. The higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. After breaking through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, I have already killed dozens of people, but I still haven't broken through. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Then, he flew towards the purple light in the sky. He had arrived at the purple gold ruin. The purple gold ruin had been open for many years. Other than the Crimson Sun sect, there were many people collecting purple gold ores. Those who entered the purple gold ruin were all wearing purple gold armor or supreme grade purple gold armor. However, there were very few who could come out alive. Yi Xian arrived in front of the huge purple gold palace and looked around. This purple gold palace was not big. There were two lion-like purple gold beasts guarding the entrance. From afar, one could see a staircase that led underground. I won't enter with my main body first. Let the sword god clone enter. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and let the sword god clone enter. However, just as the sword god clone approached, he was attacked by the two purple gold beasts. Rumble. Immediately, the two purple gold beasts ganged up on the sword god clone. The latter was beaten until he pissed his pants. He could not fight back at all. Yi Xian estimated that the strength of these two purple gold beasts should be at the mid-level half-step sovereign emperor realm. It was said that only those who wore purple gold armor and supreme-grade purple gold armor would not be attacked by the purple gold beasts. Of course, these two types of armor were just to confuse the enemy. It was harder to recognize supreme-grade purple gold armor, but it was easier to recognize the purple gold armor. Many people who wore purple gold armor and wanted to take advantage of the situation had already died at the hands of these two purple gold beasts. Right now, Yi Xian only had supreme-grade purple gold ores and not supreme-grade purple gold armor, so it was impossible. However, the purple gold sword servants might be able to. Yi Xian immediately let the purple gold sword servants take action. Then, he saw the purple gold sword servants swagger into the purple gold palace without being attacked by the purple gold beasts. As expected, the purple gold sword servants were judged by the purple gold beasts to be of the same kind. Unfortunately, it was the purple gold sword servants that passed through and not the sword god clone. Otherwise, Yi Xian could enter the palace through the sword god clone. However, he had a way. Purple gold divine armor, appear. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and a set of purple armor appeared under the void spirit divine armor. It covered Yi Xian's entire body like scales. He tried to go over and walk to the spot where the sword god clone had been attacked. As expected, these two purple gold beasts did not attack him. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, then entered the purple gold ruins. As long as he entered, the sword god clone would be able to follow him immediately. At that time, they would switch places, and it would be the sword god clone entering the purple gold ruins. If there was a checkpoint that he could not pass, Yi Xian would personally take action. Just like that, Yi Xian entered the purple gold ruins. After walking down the long flight of stairs, Yi Xian arrived at the purple gold underground palace. Looking around, there were large doors that were wide open in all directions. He did not know where they led to. Yi Xian did not want to stay in such a high-class place for too long, so he broke through the void and left, leaving behind the sword god clone and the purple gold sword servants. Chapter 2047. Next, the sword god clone released the old tree and black horn, and they entered the four tunnels. However, before long, Yi Xian heard two system notifications in his mind. Ding! Flame-swallowing unicorn is dead. Ding! Black scale dragon is dead. Immediately after that, there was a notification that the two of them had revived. Through the shared vision, Yi Xian could see that the one who killed the old tree and black horn was a purple figure. It must be some kind of purple gold beast. Not only that, but the sword god clone also encountered it. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the tunnel where the sword god clone was. These were the sounds of the sword god clone being beaten up. However, the invincible sword god clone relied on his invincible Vajra body to use the purple gold beast to hurry up. Such a method of travel was unheard of. After a while, the sword god's avatar that was sent flying saw a human corpse behind him. He immediately used the Devourer skill to absorb the corpse. This human corpse was wearing ordinary purple gold armor. Although he had fooled the guards, he was killed by the patrolling purple gold beasts. The sword god clone kept the corpse, and Yi Xian quickly searched his soul to see if there was anything related to the purple gold ruins. In addition, there was a golden ball of light floating above the corpse. The sword god clone did not forcibly keep it. The deceased was just an independent cultivator, a second-grade half-step imperial emperor. He was one level higher than the youth Yi Xian had killed. However, there was nothing worth mentioning in this person's memories. After Yi Xian devoured his destiny, his strength increased greatly. One had to admit that destiny was a good thing. The higher one's destiny, the easier it was to be favored by the heavens. For such ruins, it was easier for people with high fate mandates to encounter fortuitous encounters. However, to Yi Xian, the most attractive part of the violet gold ruins were the corpses of the dead. Because there were corpses, he could practically obtain the will of the heavens. When he had been a Dao Lord, Yi Xian had been able to resurrect others. Back then, it had been fairly easy for him to do so. Though the life and death Dao seed had turned into a Dao fruit, Yi Xian still had the ability to bring the dead back to life. He could use the heaven's will to revive. Of course, using heaven's will to revive would consume a large amount of heaven's will. Reviving those below the half-step sovereign emperor realm was fine, but reviving half-step sovereign emperors would require a huge price. If a half-step sovereign emperor with a first-grade fate mandate died, others could use their own fate mandate to revive him. However, the price was terrifyingly high. If a third-grade heaven's mandate cultivator paid the price of a drop in cultivation, they might be able to revive him. If it was a peerless genius like Yi Xian with a demigod bloodline, then a rank 10 or even rank 20 heaven's mandate expert would have to sacrifice themselves in order to revive. In short, the higher the talent, the higher the price of resurrection. However, if a rank 20 heaven's mandate cultivator were to revive a rank 1 heaven's mandate cultivator, it wouldn't be difficult at all. In fact, it would be extremely easy. Heaven's mandate was divided into 99 ranks and each rank had its own difference. A second-grade heaven's mandate cultivator wasn't equivalent to 2 first-grade heaven's mandate cultivators. It could be 5 or 10. A rank 20 heaven's mandate cultivator was equivalent to tens of thousands of first-grade heaven's mandate cultivators. Speaking of which, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't use his heaven's will to revive these people. To him, these corpses were all experience points. As long as he was allowed to grow, not to mention the purple gold battle beast, he might even be able to take the entire purple gold ruins into his pocket. Following that, the sword god clone continued to be beaten up. He had to use an unusual method to travel. Although the sword god clone was useful, the system gave him a flaw. He couldn't use defensive skills like the purple gold divine armor because it was useless. Furthermore, although the sword god clone could wear the void spirit divine armor, the armor's buff had no effect on him. He could only use invisibility. While the sword god clone was being beaten up, the purple gold sword servant on the other side also encountered a battle beast. However, the purple gold sword servant was different from the sword god clone. The purple gold sword servant's entire body was made of special purple gold, so the purple gold battle beast treated it as one of its kind. Hi! The purple gold sword servant directly passed by the purple gold battle beast and even greeted it in a friendly manner. Roar! The purple gold battle beast let out a low roar, but no one knew what it was saying. In the purple gold ruins, the purple gold sword servant was much more useful than the sword god clone. They followed this path and encountered many corpses along the way. However, what made Yi Xian helpless was that the purple gold sword servant couldn't use the yin and yang ring and couldn't use the void to locate him. Therefore, Yi Xian asked him to return and sent Wei Zhentian to follow him. This way, he could collect all the corpses along the way. During this period, Yi Xian finally broke through from first-grade half-step Imperial Emperor to second-grade half-step Imperial Emperor after devouring so many heaven's wills. However, those who died didn't know about the purple gold ruins. However, Yi Xian obtained a damaged set of supreme-grade purple-gold battle armor. He obtained it from the corpse of a certain person who had overestimated himself. He guessed that the person who had overestimated himself had set his sights on the purple-gold battle beast, but was killed by the purple-gold battle beast. In the end, Yi Xian benefited from it. Yi Xian used the supreme-grade purple-gold ores produced by the purple-gold sword servant to repair the damaged set of supreme-grade purple-gold battle armor and let the sword god clone wear it. This way, the sword god clone had a high chance of deceiving the purple-gold battle beast. When he encountered the purple-gold battle beast, he would be treated as one of its kind. However, this passage was a little too long. The sword god clone and the purple-gold sword servant rushed for an entire day, but they still hadn't walked out of the passage. However, this was still acceptable. After all, this passage was built by an expert who was suspected to be at the Imperial Emperor level. An expert of that level would have a Heaven's Will of fate of over 30. With the support of Heaven's Will, it wouldn't take long for them to pass through this passage. Finally, on the second day, the purple-gold sword servant was the first to walk out of the passage. He came to a side hall, but when he walked out of the door, the dozens of doors around him instantly closed, including the one behind him. Then, the ceiling suddenly opened, and a purple-gold battle beast fell down. This purple-gold battle beast charged towards the purple-gold sword servant without saying anything. What's going on? Yi Xian was a little confused. The purple-gold sword servant shouldn't be recognized, so why was he attacked? However, he couldn't care less and immediately ordered the purple-gold sword servant to counterattack. Chapter 2048. Battle God's Mount. Yi Xian ordered the sword god's clone to use a skill to summon a silver giant dragon. Although a silver-grade mount was not as powerful as a gold-grade mount, it was still very helpful in this battle. In addition, the old tree and Black Horn also attacked together. Even Wei Zhentian turned into the Void Spirit Divine Armor and put it on the old tree. Rumble. A series of loud noises reverberated in the side hall. At this time, Yi Xian discovered that there were many corpses in the palace. It seemed that they were all killed by this purple-gold battle beast. It's about the level of a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor. It's not too strong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought to himself. He guessed that this was one of the checkpoints in the purple-gold ruins. They had to kill this purple-gold battle beast before they could continue to move forward. Immediately, he ordered Black Horn to devour the corpses into the devouring space. There were a total of 9 corpses. They were not weak. They were at least 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperors when they were alive. Yi Xian obtained their yin and yang rings and their heavenly fates before devouring them. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperor. When the system notification sounded, the sword god's clone and the others' auras suddenly skyrocketed. However, even if they broke through to 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperor, the sword god's clone and the others spent a lot of time to deal with this purple-gold battle beast. Crack! With a crisp sound, the purple-gold battle beast was directly blasted into pieces of purple gold. Then, the surrounding doors opened again. It was only a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor purple-gold battle beast. It was not enough to stop Yi Xian. Yi Xian ordered the sword god's clone to go over and check. He found that there was a supreme-grade purple-gold stone in this purple-gold battle beast. Previously, on the way here, he had killed a weaker purple-gold battle beast. That purple-gold battle beast also had a supreme-grade purple-gold stone in its body. However, the purple gold ore that Yi Xian had obtained was so purple that it was black. Ding! The black gold stone can be used to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Once strengthened to a certain level, the violet gold sword servants can evolve into black gold sword servants. Do you want to upgrade it now? The system suddenly prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian answered without hesitation, yes. Next, the violet gold sword servant fused with the black gold rock, causing its strength to increase. Yi Xian had heard of black gold ore before. It was an ore that was of a higher grade than purple gold Oregon. The black gold liquid inside could also be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. At the same time, the top-quality black gold ore was one of the materials used to craft Emperor's artifacts. Although there was only a one-word difference between a quasi-emperor artifact and a quasi-emperor artifact, it was the difference between a half-step sovereign emperor and a sovereign emperor. An emperor weapon was a weapon at the imperial emperor level. From this, it could be seen how precious supreme-grade black gold ore was. No wonder this purple gold beast is so strong. It's because it has black gold stone in its body. I wonder if there are top-grade black gold stones in this violet gold ruins? Yi Xian thought to himself. If there were top-grade black gold stones, then the violet gold sword servant would probably be able to evolve into a black gold sword servant. This purple gold beast had already been dealt with, so Yi Xian had the sword god's clone and the violet gold sword servant randomly choose a few paths to enter. This violet gold ruins was a little like an ant's nest. It was connected in all directions. Although there was only one path to take each time, Yi Xian was sure that some paths would lead to the same place. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many corpses. However, this time, the corpses he encountered were not weak when they were alive. They were at least third-stage half-step sovereign emperors. Presumably, these people were all experts who had passed the first trial. In this way, Yi Xian benefited from it. Then, he continued to advance. Black Horn, the old tree, and the other weaker ones would be killed by the purple gold beasts along the way. Therefore, he could only rely on the violet gold sword servant and the sword god's clone to travel. This stay lasted for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, Yi Xian obtained a huge amount of fate and natural treasures that could improve his birth chart. His realm had already broken through to 6th-stage half-step sovereign emperor. During this time, he passed 3 trials in succession. In other words, he defeated 3 purple gold beasts in the palace and obtained some black gold stones. Today, he arrived at the 5th side hall. At this moment, there was a huge purple gold beast in front of him. Its realm had probably reached 8th stage half-step sovereign emperor. Yi Xian ordered the violet gold sword servant and the sword god's clone to attack together, but they could not hurt this purple gold beast. Helpless, he could only decide to use his trump card. Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword tore through the purple gold relic and slashed at the purple gold battle beast, cutting it in half. What a joke. The divine sword technique could even break through the sky, let alone this 8th stage half-step sovereign emperor. In an instant, Yi Xian obtained a large black gold stone from the beast's body and greatly strengthened the violet gold sword servant. However, this violet gold ruins had the ability to repair itself. The crack on the top of its head was instantly repaired. However, this did not matter. After all, Yi Xian did not want to leave. However, after using the divine sword technique, this skill entered a cooldown state and could not be used again. Fortunately, Yi Xian had a large number of quasi-emperor artifact swords on him. In an instant, 4/5 of the cooldown was restored. However, right at the moment when this rank 8 half-step Imperial Emperor level purple golden battle beast died, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the side palace hall. Hello. When the voice entered Yi Xian's ears, he was a little surprised. You are? Yi Xian looked at the phantom youth in front of him and could not help but ask. I'm Monarch Zijin, the owner of this ruin. The young man said. Oh, so it's senior. Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. There's no need to be so polite. I have a request. Monarch Zijin said. Senior, please tell me. Monarch Zijin paused and said, to be honest, although I'm the owner of this ruin, I'm actually sealed here. So, I want you to help me escape. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He originally thought that Monarch Zijin was already dead and that the person in front of him was just a remnant soul. This ruin was actually Monarch Zijin's tomb. However, he did not expect that Monarch Zijin was only sealed by someone else. Just as he was surprised, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Help Monarch Zijin escape. Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. He had not encountered a chain random mission in a long time. He immediately accepted it. How do I break the seal? Yi Xian asked. It's very simple. I'm sealed under the central palace of this ruin. In the central palace, there's a black gold beast at the peak of the half-step Imperial Emperor. As long as you can kill it, I can break the seal. Chapter 2049. It's that simple? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Simple? The purple gold monarch was very surprised. He said, originally, there was only one black gold battle beast at the peak of the 9th stage half-step sovereign emperor realm in the purple gold ruins. I was the one who secretly created the others. My purpose was to pick out people with potential to help me escape. It's already pretty good that you were able to kill this rank 8 half-step sovereign emperor black gold battle beast. However, you should know that the one in the central palace is 10 times stronger than this one. If you were to step into the central palace, you would be instantly killed. If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't help you. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't be anxious. Let me finish. Emperor Zijin shook his head and said, back then, I was severely injured by a sneak attack. Then, I was sealed here. That person left behind a powerful black gold battle beast to suppress me. However, I can give you the black gold stones that I condensed. You can use them to strengthen this puppet of yours. After hearing this, Yi Xian was a little surprised. He asked, condensed black gold stones? That's right. I'm not a human. I'm a purple gold demon. We can condense purple gold stones, supreme grade purple gold stones, black gold stones, and even supreme grade black gold stones. Unfortunately, I was heavily injured and sealed here. At most, I can condense black gold stones. Emperor Zijin shook his head. He was originally an imperial emperor. After being heavily injured, he was only a 9th grade half-step imperial emperor. He couldn't even break the seal. Supreme grade black gold stones? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Senior, how many black gold stones do you have? Wait. After saying this, Emperor Zijin disappeared. Yi Xian waited for a while. Not long after, a black gold battle beast returned with a Qian Kuan ring in its mouth. At the same time, Emperor Zijin's figure appeared again. I've been trapped for so many years. I can only break a small hole in the seal. This Qian Kuan ring contains the black gold stones that I condensed over the years. Emperor Zijin asked the black gold battle beast to pass the Qian Kuan ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at it and his eyes lit up. There were at least 10,000 black gold ores inside, which was more than enough for a purple gold sword servant to evolve into a black gold sword servant. At that moment, Yi Xian used all the black gold ores to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Ding! Purple gold sword servant has evolved into black gold sword servant. As for the rest, Yi Xian used them all to forge pseudo-thearch weapons and then restored the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Now, Yi Xian had the ability to kill the black gold battle beast. Senior, please let me pass, Yi Xian said to Monarch Zijin. Now? Emperor Zijin was surprised to hear this. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and said, Don't worry, Senior. The one standing in front of you right now is also a puppet. My original body is not there. Puppet? Monarch Zijin was stunned. He could feel that the sword god's doppelganger was a body of flesh and blood. How could it be a puppet? However, since Yi Xian said so himself, it should be true. After all, he was only an illusion now. Alright, then go ahead and try. Monarch Zijin didn't say anything else. He simply opened the biggest door. Then, the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in side by side. These doors were protected by formations. If they did not pass through, they would not be able to see what was behind the doors. After the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in, they saw a huge black gold giant in the middle of the palace. This black gold giant must be the black gold battle beast that suppressed Monarch Zijin. Boom! At this moment, the 100-meter-tall black gold giant suddenly moved. It had been ordered to kill anyone who stepped into the central palace. The sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant did not say anything and immediately started fighting. This black gold giant was a peak 9th stage half-step Imperial Emperor. It was very strong. However, the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant were only 6th stage half-step Imperial Emperors. There was a difference of 3 realms. The difference of 3 realms made it impossible for the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant to hurt the black gold giant. I don't care anymore. Slash. Yi Xian did not care so much and directly used the divine sword technique. The purple gold historical site was opened again. Boom! The divine sword fell and cut the black golden giant into 2 halves, killing it instantly. Not to mention this rank 9 half-step Imperial Lord level black golden giant, even if a monarch were to be struck by it, he would still die. In this way, the biggest boss of the purple gold historical site was killed by Yi Xian. Immediately, Yi Xian rushed over and took the black gold stone in the black gold giant's body along with the corpse. A supreme-grade black gold stone? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized that this black gold stone was actually a supreme-grade black gold stone. This thing could only be condensed by an Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe. It seemed that the person who suppressed Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe had really put in a lot of effort. However, what Yi Xian could not understand was why that person did not directly kill Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe when he was already seriously injured. Instead, he suppressed him. Just as he was feeling surprised, the center of the central palace suddenly began to tremble. Something seemed to want to break out of the ground. Yi Xian understood that this must be Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, so he immediately followed and cooperated with him. In a short while, the seal was broken, and Yi Xian finally saw Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe. However, Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe's situation was much worse than he had imagined. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I don't know if I can leave this damn place in my lifetime. As soon as Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe appeared, he immediately thanked him. Previously, his heavenly fate rank had already exceeded 34, which was the Imperial Emperor rank. However, as he was sealed, his heavenly fate continued to be consumed, so his realm dropped. In addition, he continued to condense black gold stones and then used his heavenly fate rank to form the purple gold beast and black gold beast, which worsened his decline. Therefore, he was only a 6th stage half-step Imperial Emperor now. Senior, you're too kind. Yi Xian grinned. This time, if it were not for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, he would probably have to spend a lot of time to get through the Purple Gold Tribe's ruins. Moreover, his chain random mission was triggered because of Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe. He wondered what kind of reward he would get after this chain random mission was completed. I've been sealed for many years, and I've been desperately condensing black gold stones all these years. I'm only a 7th stage half-step Imperial Emperor. I need to find a safe place to recover my strength. Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he said, I happen to have a place here. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe's reply. He asked Blackhorn and the Old Tree to perform a double devour and directly absorb Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe into the devouring space. Then, Wei Zhentian turned into the beast god Bel and forcibly controlled Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, who was only a 6th stage half-step Imperial Emperor. Chapter 2050. Ding. Host has completed the first round of the chain random task. At this moment, the system's notification sounded, but there was no notification for the second round. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked Emperor Zijin to explain the situation, such as why he was imprisoned here. I am Zijin, the young master of the Zijin family. Countless years ago, I was ambushed by my cousin, Zifeng, and was imprisoned here, Emperor Zijin said. Hearing this, Yi Xian asked curiously, why did Zifeng ambush you and only imprison you here? Why didn't he kill you? Zifeng wanted to be the leader of the Zijin family, and I was in his way, so he ambushed me. However, he didn't dare to kill me, because once I died, the family would know. As long as he imprisoned me, the family would just think that I was traveling outside. Emperor Zijin replied. Oh, then do you think he has become the leader? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not very sure, because he destroyed my Qian Kun ring that day, so I can't take over the family. However, I think that with his methods, he should have already become the leader, Zijin said. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has triggered the second round of the chain random task, escort Emperor Zijin back to the Zijin family. As expected, this task was related to Emperor Zijin, and the second round of the task had been triggered. Now, Emperor Zijin was under Yi Xian's control. For convenience, he directly searched Emperor Zijin's soul. This search allowed Yi Xian to discover a secret that was buried in Emperor Zijin's heart. The ancestor of the Zijin family was a purple gold. Later on, he mutated and cultivated into a human form, and then continued to reproduce. Later on, another mutated person was born in the Zijin family. This member of the Zijin family had a black gold ore in his body. Then, the leader planted the black gold ore, and then a black gold ore vein was formed. In the end, the Zijin family continued to devour the black gold to strengthen themselves, and the strength of the entire Zijin family increased rapidly. And today, Monarch Zijin's body actually had such a black gold mineral seed. In other words, Yi Xian could also create a black gold ore vein. This black gold ore vein, together with the devouring space, would be very effective. At that moment, Yi Xian directly told the Purple Gold Emperor to take out the black gold mine. This didn't affect the Purple Gold Emperor in the slightest. This was also a change that happened when Emperor Zijin was trapped in the Purple Gold Relic. Yi Xian picked a piece of land in the devouring space, and then planted the black gold ore vein. Together with all kinds of treasures, the land began to turn black instantly, and emitted a faint black gold light. Black gold. The black gold vein had already been formed and was starting to spread. Although this speed was slow, one should not forget that this was within the devouring space. One day in the outside world was equivalent to nearly 18,000 years in the devouring space. The black golds of the black gold ore vein was the black gold ore vein of the purple gold ore. Moreover, the black gold ore produced here was even better than the supreme grade purple gold ore. There might even be supreme grade black gold ore here. As long as there were those special treasures, the black gold ore vein could continuously expand the ore vein, forming a never-ending ore vein. Not bad, not bad. The black gold produced in the future can be used to forge quasi-emperor weapons, restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique, and strengthen the black gold sword servants. This is killing two birds with one stone. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, if I can get the Zijin family's black gold ore vein, the efficiency will be greatly increased. Thinking of this, he could not wait and immediately left the Zijin underground palace. After being sealed for so many years, Emperor Zijin had already given all his wealth to Yi Xian. Now, he was penniless. However, just as Yi Xian was about to head to the Zijin family, rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Yi Xian could not figure out what was going on. He looked over and realized that the Zijin ruins were beginning to collapse. Smoke and dust filled the air and shrouded the entire place. Rumble. Suddenly, an enormous hand stretched out from the ground and slapped down, flattening the entire violet gold historical site. At this moment, Yi Xian had already hidden far away. Following that, another hand stretched out. Then, with a push of both hands, a huge head stretched out. Emperor Zijin, what is this? Yi Xian hurriedly released the purple gold emperor. When the latter came out to take a look, he was shocked. This is also a black gold battle beast, but its core is probably a supreme grade black gold ore. Emperor Zijin said in shock. A supreme-grade black gold battle beast? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect such a terrifying black gold battle beast to exist under the Zijin Palace. Moreover, even Emperor Zijin did not know about it. At this moment, this supreme-grade black gold battle beast had already crawled out from the ground. Its huge eyes were staring in the direction of Yi Xian and Emperor Zijin. Oh no, it's a guardian battle beast made by Zifeng. Once I escape, it will come out and kill me. Emperor Zijin's expression changed drastically. Compared to the 9th-grade half-step Emperor Black Gold Giant in front of him, it paled in comparison. This supreme-grade Black Gold Giant had probably reached the Emperor realm. F***ck, I can't use the divine sword technique now. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly kept Emperor Zijin into the devouring space. When this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant saw Emperor Zijin disappear, its gaze fell on the sword god clone. Then, it crawled out from the ground and rushed toward the sword god clone. Rumble. This supreme-grade Black Gold Giant was not slow. When it ran, it was like a super earthquake. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the sword god clone. Bang! It stomped on the sword god's clone and the black gold sword servant. Crack! Although it had already advanced once, the black gold sword servant was still directly trampled to death. As for the sword god clone, he was not injured at all. It seemed that this matter could not be settled peacefully. There doesn't seem to be any powerful forces nearby. It seems that we can only wait. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the surrounding forces, at most, there were high-level half-step Emperor Realm people. Facing this supreme-grade black gold giant at the Emperor Realm was courting death. Therefore, Yi Xian could only let the sword god clone stall this supreme-grade black gold giant and wait. Wait for the black gold mine to produce black gold, then make it into a quasi-emperor weapon and let the divine sword technique cool down. Chapter 2051. Just like that, Yi Xian started to wait for time. This wait lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, the cooldown of the divine sword technique was finally over. Then, the sword god's doppelganger slashed at the supreme-grade black gold giant. The sword cut the supreme-grade black gold giant into 2 halves as if it was cutting tofu. Instant kill. Yi Xian immediately went over and kept the corpse. There was indeed a piece of supreme-grade black gold stone in the body of this supreme-grade black gold giant. Without hesitation, Yi Xian used it to strengthen the black gold sword servant. This time, fortunately, there was a black gold stone. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been able to obtain so many black gold stones and restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique. If this supreme-grade black gold giant was allowed to leave, this area would suffer a heavy blow. Fortunately, Yi Xian dealt with it. Since the matter was settled, Yi Xian would head to the Zijin family next. Before the Zijin family was trapped, there were hundreds of emperors in the Zijin family. He wondered how the Zijin family had developed now. According to the memories of the Zijin family, there was a one-way teleportation array that led back to the family. Therefore, Yi Xian spent 3 days to find this teleportation array. Whoosh! The teleportation array started to move. However, only the sword god's doppelganger was teleporting. Soon, the sword god's doppelganger landed. However, what surprised him was that the teleportation array seemed to have been abandoned for many years. This is a tragedy. The Zijin family actually moved away. Yi Xian rolled his eyes helplessly. It seemed that he had to search for the Zijin family. He hoped that the Zijin family had left behind some clues. He randomly chose a direction and headed forward. After a day, he found a city. Therefore, he went in to ask around. Unfortunately, most people had never heard of the Zijin family. This city was built later. However, he did not believe that no one here knew about it. Find the Zijin family, the former overlord of this area. Those who know will be rewarded with 10,000 black gold stones. Yi Xian went directly to the city lord's mansion. He spent some money and posted a reward. When this news came out, the entire city was in an uproar. 10,000 pieces of black gold rock was not a small number. Most people would have a headache when they heard this number. They didn't know how many there were. However, those with higher cultivation realms knew the value of this. Even the large families in the city might not be able to take out 10,000 pieces of black gold rock. And in this way, he only needed a single piece of information to obtain it. However, when these people heard the word Zijin clan, they were all dumbfounded. Who had heard of this family? Sigh, I have nowhere to spend my money. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Finally, on the 10th day after the mission was issued, someone finally used the communication token that Yi Xian had left in the city lord's mansion. I know where the Zijin clan is. A voice sounded from the communication token. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly grabbed the communication token and replied, Where? I can tell you, but I want to know, why are you looking for this Zijin clan? Then why don't you tell me why you are asking this question? Yi Xian asked back. This question made the other party fall silent. After a long while, the other party replied, I am at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly broke through the void and went over. Then, he saw a young man standing at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. After seeing this young man, Yi Xian was a little surprised because he felt that this young man was somewhat familiar. This aura seemed to be similar to Ziyang's. Could it be that he was also a member of the Zijin clan? Coincidentally, Monarch Zijin was behind Yi Xian. When this young man saw Monarch Zijin, he was shocked. Big brother? The young man shouted. Yi Xian hurriedly recalled and realized that this young man was actually Monarch Zijin's younger brother, Ziyin. No wonder he knew where the Zijin clan was. So he was from the Zijin clan. Younger brother, it's you? Zijin was slightly surprised. The two brothers were actually able to meet in this place. Their luck was really good. Big brother, where have you been all these years? Why haven't I heard from you at all? Ziyin couldn't help but ask. I was sealed by Zifeng and only escaped recently. However, when I returned to the clan, I discovered that the clan had already moved away, Zijin replied. Zifeng? Ziyin raised his eyebrows and said, Bastard. Let's not talk about this for now. How is the clan now? Zijin asked again. The clan is fine. Previously, our clan found a place that was more suitable for the Zijin clan, so our entire clan moved there. However, Zifeng has already become the patriarch of the Zijin clan and changed the name to the Zijin clan. Ziyin said. When Zijin heard this, he couldn't help but mutter, as expected, he has become the patriarch. Zifeng is very capable. After becoming the patriarch, the clan has indeed continued to grow stronger. However, he acts arrogantly and is now pushing our clan aside. During this period of time, many clan members have died mysteriously. I suspect that he is the culprit. Ziyin said. Since Zifeng can attack me, he can naturally attack others as well. Zijin said. Zifeng was the son of his uncle and was related to him by blood. However, since he could attack him for the sake of power, after becoming the patriarch, he was naturally unrestrained. Thus, Zijin decided that he absolutely could not allow Zifeng to continue. However, although his current strength had recovered to that of a rank 8 half-step imperial emperor, it was simply insufficient for the current patriarch of the Black Gold clan. Big brother, follow me back to the clan first. Father will definitely be very happy, Ziyin said. Hearing this, Zijin directly shook his head. Back then, Zifeng attacked me. If I were to appear now, wouldn't I be telling others about his scheme back then? No, big brother, you only need to disguise yourself. Furthermore, our branch has already separated from the main clan and has our own territory. Zifeng won't know, Ziyin said. Since that's the case, fine. Zijin nodded and agreed. After that, Ziyin brought Zijin and Yi Xian and hurried to the Zijin clan. On the way, Yi Xian also learned about the current situation of the Zijin clan. Before Zijin was sealed, his father was the patriarch. The Zijin clan possessed 100 Imperial Emperor-level experts. And now, the Zijin clan was so powerful that they possessed rank 6 Imperial Emperor-level experts. This was all thanks to the Black Gold Vein. However, the Black Gold Vein was in the Black Gold clan. After the Zijin clan moved out, they started to decline. After all, they were suppressed by Zifeng. Moving out could be considered to be in accordance with Zifeng's wishes. This time, although they had Ziyin leading the way to the Zijin clan, they still spent a month's time. Without Ziyin, it would likely take Yi Xian 3 months to find the Zijin clan. At this moment, Zijin had already disguised himself. Then, he was led by Ziyin into the Zijin clan. On the way back, Ziyin had already informed the patriarch of this matter through a transmission talisman. Chapter 2052. Ding. Host has completed the second round of the chain random quest. After Zijin returned to the Zijin family, a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. After Zijin's father heard about it, he was very happy and quickly came to see him. Zijin, you're finally back. Zijin's father, Zi Lai, couldn't help but say. Father, why do you look a little off? Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, Zijin still felt that something was off. Zi Lai paused for a moment before replying, Sigh, just this morning, another 3 clansmen died. Did Zifeng do it? Zijin asked. I'm not sure, but there's an 80% chance that it was him. We never found the corpses of those people, otherwise, I could have revived them. Zi Lai shook his head helplessly. He was already a 5th rank Imperial Emperor expert. Reviving 1st rank and 2nd rank Imperial Emperors was extremely easy for him. However, without corpses, even a 9th rank Imperial Emperor would be powerless. This Zifeng is truly deranged. We were born from the same root, but he actually wants to exterminate our clan. Zijin couldn't help but say. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the other branches are all subordinate to him. Moreover, he's also a 6th rank Imperial Emperor. We're simply no match for him. Zi Lai shook his head. Everyone was silent. At this moment, Zijin suddenly said, Father, this is my savior, Yi Xian. Moreover, he's very capable. We can get him to help us transform into my appearance and then confront Zifeng. This seems to be useless. Even if you confront him, with his current abilities, no one would dare to say anything. Zi Lai shook his head. Then we can't let him do as he pleases. At most, we'll just fight. Ziyin was also provoked and shouted angrily. There's no rush. Zijin has extremely high cultivation talent. Now that he has the black gold stones, he can quickly recover his strength and break through. As long as he grows in secret, we won't have to fear Zifeng anymore. After Zi Lai finished speaking, he took out 10 black gold stones and said, Zijin, these are 10 top-quality black gold stones. Take them and refine them. As expected of a great clan. They took out 10 top-quality black gold stones in one go. With these 10 top-quality black gold stones, Zijin might be able to quickly break through to 3rd rank Imperial Emperor. At the current level, it was not only possible to increase one's level by stealing others' fates. As long as one strengthened one's own body or increased one's own saint energy, one's fate's level would be increased. In short, the stronger one was, the more they would be favored by the heavens. However, Supreme Monarch of Zijin was now under Yi Xian's control. Therefore, these 10 supreme-grade black gold ores would fall into Yi Xian's pocket. Ding, the host has triggered the 3rd round of the chain mission, Kill Zifeng. The system prompted. Previously, he had already spent quite a bit of time searching for the Zijin clan and hurrying on with his journey. If he did not hurry up, his rewards would be completely deducted. Therefore, Yi Xian asked Monarch Zijin to stay in the Zijin clan while the sword god avatar left. Half of the 10 black gold stones were used to strengthen the black gold sword attendants. The rest were used as backups. When the time came, they could quickly cool down the divine sword technique. However, before Yi Xian left, he first dismembered Emperor of the Purple Gold. Apart from the head, everything else was devoured by the mask of authenticity. If Emperor of the Purple Gold did not die, it would be easy to recover. However, if it died, it would consume a large amount of fate to revive. Now, the mask of authenticity was already 80% authentic. Even Zi Jin's father, Zi Lai, would not be able to recognize it. Then Yi Xian asked the sword god avatar to wear the mask of authenticity and disguise himself as Emperor of Zi Jin. He then headed to the Black Gold clan. This Black Gold clan was 100 times stronger than before. The current clan master, Zi Feng, was already a rank 6 Imperial Emperor expert. Although Yi Xian's original body had experienced many things on the way to the Zi Jin clan, he was only a rank 9 half Imperial Emperor now. It was still not time for him to fight against Zi Feng. However, he could start from other aspects. For example, the Black Gold Mine. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived near the Black Gold Mine. This place was an important area of the Black Gold clan. However, the sword god avatar had the Void Spirit divine armor, which fooled many people. He arrived at the entrance of the Black Gold Mine. Then, he asked the old tree and black horn to make a diversion. Just like that, he entered the Black Gold Mine. This Black Gold Mine was hundreds or even thousands of times bigger than the one in the devouring space. After all, this Black Gold Mine had been formed for countless years. However, only the center of the Black Gold Mine was guarded by experts. Under normal circumstances, it would be some ordinary people mining the Black Gold Mine. This time, Yi Xian wanted to make the Black Gold clan bleed a lot. Collect them. Without saying anything, he began to use the devouring space to mine the Black Gold Mine. His speed was much faster than others. It was best for ordinary people to collect the complete Black Gold Mine. That way, the price would be higher. However, Yi Xian was different. He did not have such a requirement. In any case, he just collected all of the Black Gold Mine. After all, these Black Gold Mine were all used by him to forge Emperor artifacts. In the following period of time, Yi Xian collected a large amount of Black Gold Mine. The amount was as high as 100,000. There were also many top-grade Black Gold Mine. The strength of the Black Gold Sword servants had undergone a tremendous change. At this moment, a nearby Black Gold clan expert noticed something amiss. He immediately went over to check. However, he did not find anything. However, just as he turned around, the sound of a strong wind came from behind him. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. This second-rank Imperial Emperor of the Black Gold clan was directly beheaded by Yi Xian. The heavenly fate and the corpse were all collected by Yi Xian in an instant. Now, he was standing on the side of the Purple Gold clan. Anyone from the Black Gold clan was his enemy. Yi Xian, who was already a half-step Imperial Emperor, was very lacking in heavenly fate. This was because as long as he had enough heavenly fate, he would be able to break through to the Imperial Emperor realm. Based on his current situation, this realm should not be too far away. In the following period of time, Yi Xian wandered around the Black Gold Mine. Anyone from the Black Gold clan that he encountered could not escape death. However, these people's realms were not high. At most, they were only third-rank Imperial Emperors. Therefore, they all turned into Yi Xian's experience points. At this moment, Yi Xian had obtained another heavenly fate. He quickly devoured it. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The heavenly fate has been upgraded to 34th grade. Host has broken through to first-rank Imperial Emperor. Finally, Yi Xian broke through. Although there was a difference of a whole realm between a half-step Imperial Emperor and an Imperial Emperor, the increase in strength was much less than that of a Samsara Dao Lord and a half-step Imperial Emperor. However, this was already very good. This meant that Yi Xian could go and see the depths of the black gold mine. The depths of the black gold mine was where the black gold mine was located. It was said that in the years when the purple gold emperor was sealed, the black gold clan gave birth to 2 more disciples who had condensed the black gold mine.